Then. Okay. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this March 9th, 2021 Committee of the Board meeting. The time is now 4:31 p.m. We'll begin with a roll call conducted by Board Secretary, Ms. Sarah Dalkey.
Director Ellis?
Here.
Director Foster?
Here.
Director Broderick?
Present.
Director Vu?
I'm here.
Director Allen?
Here.
And Director Cobb. Oh, I'm sorry, Director Cobb.
I'm here.
Oh, perfect, thank you.
All right. I'd also like to acknowledge members of the administration as well. Please respond when your name is called.
Superintendent Gothard?
Here.
Chuck Long, General Counsel?
Here.
Cedric Baker, Chief of Staff?
Here.
Marie Schruel, Chief Financial Officer?
Here.
Jackie Turner, Chief Operations Officer?
Here.
Dave Watkins, Chief of Schools?
Here.
Stacy Gray-Achea, Director, Research Evaluation and Assessment?
Here.
Kenyatta McCarty, Executive Director, Human Resources?
Here.
Kevin Burns, Director, Office of Communications?
Here.
Khalid Ali, SEED Member? And SEED Member Ali might be joining us a little bit later.
Okay.
And I am Sarah Dalkey, Board Secretary, and I'll turn it back to you, Vice Chair Vu.
All right. So to ensure effective discussion via this in-person and phone conference, I'll be using roll call procedures to ensure each board member and the superintendent has an opportunity to provide input. If you have questions or comments, please hold them until I call your name. At the end of each discussion, there will also be an opportunity for Superintendent Gothard to make any closing remarks. I would like to remind everyone that this is an open meeting and welcome all community members of the public who are monitoring this meeting. Also, as a reminder, I ask all board directors and staff on the line to please mute your phone when you are not speaking, just as you would turn off your microphone at the DS. This request is also extended to all others on the line. Next, I move the approval of the agenda, which includes Superintendent's announcements, SPPS on-site update, 5 years facility plans, fiscal year 2022 through 2026, Part 2, quarterly financial report for the period ending December 31st, 2020, and fiscal year 2020 to 2021 first budget revision. I'd also like to note that there will not be a SEED report for this meeting. Do I have a second?
Second, Foster.
Second.
All right, that was seconded by Chair Foster. Vote, please.
Director Ellis?
Yes.
Director Foster? Oh, I'm sorry, Director Foster?
Yes.
Director Broderick?
Yes.
Director Vu?
Yes.
Director Allen?
Yes.
And Director Cobb?
Yes.
And that vote was 6 yeses, 0 noes.
So that vote passes. Vote for the approval of the agenda passes. Let's go on to the superintendent's announcement. Next on the agenda is the superintendent's announcements, and I'll turn it over to Superintendent Gothard.
Vice Chair Vu, members of the board, good evening. Glad to be with you this afternoon. I'd like to forego any announcements and really just jump into the bulk of our discussion tonight. We have 4 pretty heavy, not heavy, hardy agenda items, and if that's okay with you, I think we can just jump into those items.
All right. So why don't we just do that then? We'll jump right into those items. Next on the agenda is the SPPS on-site update. And Superintendent Gothard, please continue.
Thank you. Normally, Vice Chair Vu, I would just nudge you next to me at the board table, but thank you. I appreciate that. I just want to provide a little bit of an overcap before I turn it over to Chief Watkins and our schools team. I think it's important that here we are, what is it, March 9th tonight, to kind of go backwards a little bit and talk about where we've been. And I'm thankful for you all, members of the board, because you've been there the whole time. July 30th, we got the Safe Learning Plan from the Minnesota Departments of Health and Education. At that time, just to give you some context, remember, we are using case numbers for Ramsey County that are per 10,000 people. Remember, the Safe Learning Plan was based on that grid and had suggested learning models. And I want to use that as a reference point because I think it's an important part of the story of our school year. On July 30th, the first number that we had reported for the Safe Learning Plan was 23. And that would be students were a mix between in-person and hybrid schedule for a case number of 23. At that time, I made the decision that we were going to begin the school year in distance learning for a lot of the obvious reasons of the numbers of moves that staff and students were making, getting our enrollment finalized and making sure that we had the people in the right places with the right safety protocols and that we could be confident with our plan and starting the school year. You may recall it took us a while to get there in terms of forming a resolution, in terms of you receiving the information that made you feel comfortable and supporting it. And I made it very clear to you at that time that the resolution was in no way for me to say that your input, your voice doesn't matter. It was simply a way for me and our team to plan with these sudden changes that we've seen all year long as it relates to COVID-19 and how districts are managing that. And I'd say that the resolution is a very common model here in the metro area and around the state and the region as far as I know as well. In October, you recall that we had stages of hybrid learning that were planned. In fact, we might forget, we got off the ground with that first stage of hybrid learning. I believe it was October 19th. At the time, again, to give you some reference of case count, we were at 26.2. So 26.2, and we went into hybrid. And we went into hybrid, and that was following Labor Day. And that was right at the time where folks were saying that, it's right before the holidays. We could very well see a case surge. And I'll get to that in a minute because we know that we did. But we were very successful. Our stage 1 schools began. We learned a lot. There was a great test for our safety protocols and having them in place. And we felt very comfortable. At the time, we almost got stage 2 in. You might remember that we had to delay in some filters. And by the time those filters were delivered, the case surge had started. So we never got stage 2 into hybrid learning. So they remained in distance learning. In November, that case surge caused us to back away from stage 1 and additional stages for hybrid as we and many schools around us went back into full distance learning. And as a reference point, we saw the highest case rate ever on December 3rd, right following that decision. It was 133. That was the highest that it got in Ramsey County. So 133 per 10,000. And that, again, that case number is for a 14-day period that is 12 days previous. So a period of time that is 12 days previous and measured in that 14-day period. On or around December 17th, Governor Walz came and delivered a message really prioritizing the return of the youngest learners to in-person learning. And at the time, I want to share with you, and I think all of us can understand, for me to make the decision right away, for us to plan a return to in-person learning, albeit February 1st and February 16th, 6 and 8 weeks from that decision date, the case rate was 106. So less than 133, but not by a lot. And at the time, the model saying that all districts or all schools should be in full distance learning for a case count of 106. In February, as we began our stage 1, our elementary students, that first band of them that came pre-K through 2, with a lot of great apprehension. At the time, vaccination had just started. A very few staff in SPPS had been offered the opportunity for vaccines, and our students came back. The case rate was 35.5 the week of February 1st. Again, just to give you some reference in terms of how this is tracked all year long. And I have to say, I'm so proud of our elementary leaders, staff, teachers, parents, students themselves. They've done just an absolutely remarkable job. And I think absolutely there have been some challenges, and there have been some protocols and safety measures that are questions, and rightly so. We want to do this right. We want to do this according to guidelines, and we want to constantly look for ways that we can improve, with the goal of both keeping our students and staff safe, but also increasing the amount of learning and the social emotional togetherness that my indications tell me that our students and our staff and families really missed. Having the school community is really important, and you can't necessarily replicate that in a virtual learning experience. We've tried really hard. And again, I want to point out that I'm not critical of our teachers and staff and families and students who choose and who implement virtual learning, but the model isn't set up to provide what in-person does. And I want to be very clear about that once again. So we made the decision then, as the governor came out and gave further guidance in February, for us to also prioritize secondary, getting our older students back in person. You know, there has been a continued talk about older students being very different than our younger students in terms of the space they take up, some of the transmission data that has been proven, showing very well that our teenagers are more active, are larger, take up more space, all those scientific factors that go into why transmission seems to be higher for that grade level. And some of the athletics have been proven ground for that as well. But we made the decision to once again bring back our secondary students for in-person. At the time, I had many decisions to make, or to consider, I should say. And I want you and the community to understand this, that we were in full distance learning. We decided to turn our dial up a bit, excuse me, and provide in-person support. And we built that model on the Academic Support Center that Chief Turner and many others brought to the district at Washington Tech, in terms of what it meant for our students to have a place where they could go and receive support. And it really went well. And we wanted to provide that across the district for all students at all of our schools, and get them back into the building and open up our buildings just to a lesser degree, but nonetheless one that would be meaningful and relevant to our students. So we did that. At the time, it was distance learning to on-site support. So a bit of a schedule change. Our students' schedules changed in order to make that happen. That was already done. That was already started. When we made the decision to come back and have the opportunity to bring our secondary students back in person, I could have very much said, you know, let's create a hybrid schedule so we can transition into full in person. But I want everyone to understand that would have necessitated another schedule change. And not only would it have been a schedule change, it would have been one, the hybrid model, that is very, very comprehensive and really impacts all of our systems and operations and stretches them to a max just in terms of how we're utilizing the supports that we have. Not saying we couldn't have done it, but it would have been a big change for everyone. And again, it would have been a schedule change from virtual to on-site support to hybrid. And we would have done it right at the time of towards the end of third quarter and right before our spring break. What I wanted to avoid was two huge changes like that. So I opted to say, you know what, let's go from on-site support to in-person. We believe that we can do in-person. And I make this decision, and again, we're beginning in April 14th, so we've got, 5 weeks from today, I believe, if my dates are correct. Last week, our case number, remember as I referenced that earlier, was 15.42. It's the lowest it's been since October 1st. And there were only 2 other times since the Safe Learning Plan for Ramsey County has been introduced where we've had case rates that low in Ramsey County. As I chart these numbers every day, I can tell you pretty consistently, at least for the time being, that we are going to be in a very, not as rapid decline, but again, a steady drop and decline in that case rate. I don't know if we'll get to 10. Remember, 10 is that number that full in-person learning for all levels, but we'll be very close to that. I do believe if things continue in this way, it just might take a while for us to get there. We're not seeing the rapid decline that we once did. I can also share with you, and I'm a testament to this, that the vaccines that have been offered have really been a great development in our district as well. We have reason to feel very good that staff are having the ability to sign up for a vaccine. I can share with you that even my own, I waited as long as possible. I really felt strongly about other staff having the opportunity to have a vaccine before I did. But I did sign up nonetheless with the state last Thursday, and by Sunday morning I was getting an invitation already to receive a vaccine. So I'm not saying that all of our staff have had it, but all of our staff, I believe, have the opportunity to sign up for. And if they haven't already by April 14th, I really feel good about their ability to have at least the first, and many of our staff, and I won't have a percentage on this, having the full vaccine regimen, the whole 2 doses by then, unless they get the Johnson & Johnson, and I'm not exactly sure how that's mixing in, which is a 1-dose administration. I'm not sure how that's mixing into our vaccine allocation. So I just wanted to share a little bit of that with you. I felt strongly about, I've already disrupted so much this year with the decisions that are made, and every single decision that I have made to you, recommendation to you, to the board, to the community, has been met with tremendous opposition and some support too. Every step of the way, we've heard why this won't work, why this isn't good for my child, my student, my school, me as a staff member. And it has been really difficult to balance, what's right for the whole when individuals are impacted by this differently. And I say that with great respect for everyone. And I know it doesn't always feel like that as a family, as a student, as a staff member that hears that superintendent making that decision that's impacting me. He doesn't care, doesn't listen. It's far from the truth. We have great discussions about the many ways that we can support our staff, support our students. We know that distance learning has been a real challenge, but it has been safe from a health standpoint. So mixing that, how can we make sure that gradual increase in gradual in-person support met by health and safety protocols with the goal of keeping everybody safe has been our goal all along. And again, with the case numbers that I shared with you, I feel confident that we're in a much better place than really any other time we've been. That doesn't mean that we won't still follow our protocols. That doesn't mean that our safety mitigation steps aren't still very important. And it doesn't mean that St. Paul Public Schools will be without experiencing positive cases in students and staff that are still bound to happen as this virus doesn't have one cure, and vaccines are still available to some in our community, but certainly not all. Was happy to see today that once again phase 1B is going to be expanded, so that means more people in our community will have access to a vaccine, and that's good for all of us. We should champion and cheerlead that, because that's going to mean that it will only help our community be more healthy, which will help our schools be healthy, help our schools stay in person without the disruption of a quarantine due to a positive case or exposure to a positive case. So with that, I just wanted to share a little bit of story narrative in terms of where we've been. You know that this is, how we've experienced this together. I don't know that the community often hears it all tied together in that way. They're focused right now on what is the information I have today, where does my kid need to be on Monday, and what do I need to do, what do I need to know? And I understand that. That's real. As a parent, I completely understand that and respect that too. So with that, I do want to turn it over to Chief Watkins and the schools team to share with you more detailed plans for our secondary return to in-person learning. So thank you, and Chief Watkins, I'll turn it to you.
Thank you, Superintendent Gothard, Vice Chair Vu, members of the board. At this point in time, Sarah, I would invite you to bring up the presentation, please. And Dr. Delich will be coming to the screen shortly, and he will walk you through our updates around our secondary model and share with you where we are and where we will be going. And we will have one parking lot today. It'll be at the end of Dr. Delich's presentations. We will field any questions you have. Dr. Delich?
All right, thank you, Chief Watkins. Good evening, Vice Chair Boo, members of the board, Steve member Cleve, and Superintendent Gothard. Really appreciate this opportunity to just provide a quick update with our in-person with learning in our secondary. Boy, when you think about what Superintendent Gothard shared, I mean, it really is a remarkable journey that we have been along in St. Paul, and it's really exciting to where we are today. Which is being able to just share with you our secondary plans. As a reminder, and it's really exciting, we are looking at that Wednesday, April 14th, in which we are going to welcome back all of our 6 and 12 grade students who want to start in person Wednesday, April 14th. It's really exciting times here that we are about ready to embark upon. Until then, we continue as we are with our secondary on-site support. We're going to continue growing those numbers while at the same time preparing for in-person. What we do know is we've got a lot of our secondary families and students that have really enjoyed the experience of being in person and the interactions that are happening. And so this growth model that we have and then moving into full in-person is really exciting for our system. Just a reminder, our secondary students that we will have identified and that families have shared that they're just not ready yet for that in-person opportunity. They have the opportunity to sign up by March 11th, that Thursday, March 11th. And just so that everybody's on hearing the same message that we've been messaging out, when they do opt for that virtual learning, they will stay within that learning model for the remainder of the school year. One of those reasons is for making sure that with sites as they're planning with these in-person is not as nimble in terms of spaces, and making sure that we are able to support our in-person opportunities, and then also making sure that we have the consistency and continuity with teaching. So it is really important that I do share that with everybody on the call. We've been sharing that with community. Our schools will be sharing that, and I'll get into that as well. But that Thursday, March 11th, parents sign up. And when they do sign up, they will be informed as we've continued to message that they would remain in that virtual learning for the remainder of the school year. Of course, we are going to continue on with our wonderful health and safety measures that we've been provided through the Minnesota State Learning Plan, Safe Learning Plan, and then of course the great work that we have done with our health and wellness team here in St. Paul to make sure that we follow the family and student guidelines. Mrs. Dalkey, if you want to slide to the next page, that would be awesome. Just to give you a brief overview, we had landed, as the Superintendent Gothard did a great job of just really laying down the framework of where we were and why we are where we are. We are very excited about the in-person model here. We've got 4.5 hours, Monday through Thursday, with the 2 hours of asynchronous learning. And some folks have asked very good questions about why 4.5 hours. I share with you. This allows us, what we keep hearing from our educators, not just within St. Paul, but nationwide and even globally, is just the time that's needed in the preparation to deliver high quality instruction. This allows for our continuity also to have students with the same teacher, the same schedule, the same school, the same, and most importantly, the same relationships that they've developed. Superintendent Gothard talked about the hybrid and just some of the significant changes that can alter in a system. We recognize that. We see those experiences from other colleague districts that are in that type of model. Also with this model, you'll see is the consistency that's happening within a week. Oftentimes you hear cohorts where they go Monday, Tuesday, and then they're off till the next Monday, Tuesday. Within this model, we have the consistency of our kids being able to be in person every day, Monday through Thursday, and then Friday joining in that virtual distance learning for our 6 and 12, which allows for the necessary planning that is needed for our staff to deliver that high quality instruction for our students. So in terms of messaging, just to give you a variety of ways we're trying to get this out. We've got a family forum happening tomorrow at 5. We also will be following up with a staff information session. We've got our sites that are going to be doing site level specific informational sessions, which is really exciting. We provided them with a slide deck that is very aligned to our system of what the model looks like, but then also recognizing, as we know, we are very unique in our system of individualizing the learning communities of our families, and recognizing that we have our folks that are going to be leading those discussions with their respective sites, and we're very excited about that. They'll have one that's going to start with just a broad overview, and then our second one that they're going to follow up is going to be even more detailed to specifics that's going to be at their site as we get closer to the April 14th launch, just to help remind parents and families what to expect on that April 14th. We've got our websites, we've got robocalls going out, we got site-specific messaging that they'll be doing. So you may get a lot of folks saying, hey, we get it, but we really want to make sure our system, people recognize we are moving in person, we're excited about it, and we want to make sure that they also know that if the in-person is not for them at the present moment, we've got that virtual learning opportunity that's going to be really tailored and individualized for their needs, so that they can keep in continuity with the teachers that they have in virtual in the distance learning right now. So with that, that's just where we are right now with our sites. They're going to continue with the work of fine-tuning our plans, which is exciting. We still have some weeks to plan and get things even better for our launch, but we're super excited in St. Paul. So with that, I turn it back to Chief Watkins.
Thank you, Dr. Delich. At this point in time, Vice Chair Vu, we turn it back to you.
Chair Foster, I'm not sure what the order of questions are, but if, oh, there's Comm.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think I got logged out for a second there. All right. I didn't catch the last part of Assistant Superintendent Delich's report, but we can go ahead and move on with the questions.
He was just, Vice Chair Vu, thank you. He just went over some of the communication and turned it back over to you to begin to see if there's questions from your board colleagues.
All right. All right, so let's go ahead and open up for questions and comments. Dr. Ellis, we can start with you.
I don't have any right now. Thank you.
All right, Director Chair Foster. Chair Foster, do you have any questions? All right, maybe we can just circle back to Chair Foster. Director Broderick, do you have any questions?
Just one real quick one, and it would revert back to Superintendent Gothard, and it's about getting all of our employees vaccinated. Is there any way that we could reach out to find out if there are SPPS employees who actually want the shot and are either having trouble accessing it or really don't know how? And I know this is a delicate situation in terms of how much we can get involved directly, but what I'm hearing from people is that teachers are saying, I don't know how to get a shot. Can we help them?
Thank you, Director Brouch. I see Chief Turner is here to share an update on how to access the vaccine portals.
Thank you. Through the Vice Chair, Director Broderick, we actually did send out something last week inviting all employees to register for a vaccine. And we are prepared this coming week to also send out a survey, if you will, to find out how many employees are yet still need the vaccine and or want and have not yet received it. So that will be going out shortly. But I will say, while we hopefully do have some audience of staff listening, that anyone that is yet still in need, for the vaccine, they can simply email communications. They email myself, jackie.turner@spps.org, or make it available or known to their principal or to their supervisor, director, manager. We have been sharing quite broadly that we have now come to a point in our vaccination of priorities that we're vaccinating every St. Paul Public School employee. That's including our partners as well as our substitution teachers as well.
Chief Turner, it's also important to point out that we're working both with St. Paul Ramsey County Public Health and the state of Minnesota. So there's two programs that are working together as well. So it can get confusing sometimes. You're not sure who you signed up with. Like I shared with you, I signed up through the state, and I was contacted by both as well.
We're also working on a plan right now to vaccinate new employees. So as they are being hired, they are being informed and provided with resources and instructions on how to sign up for the vaccine.
Well, thank you. And I went, I absolutely had not a shadow of a doubt, because I talked to Superintendent Gothard about this, and I know how anxious we are to have this opportunity for everybody. If I might just give a suggestion that if we could turn to our principals to make sure that they're saying to people, if you're having trouble, get a shot. 360 will help you do it. We'll help you. We will absolutely help you. And so if you could do that, and then my other suggestion might be that at your staff meeting, your staff forum on Thursday, you may also emphasize the fact that we want everybody that wants a shot to have one. Just some of the stuff I've been hearing. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Director Broderick. Director Allen?
I have no questions. Director Broderick got to the bottom of it for me. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Director Kopp?
Thank you. I have a couple. One about the slide deck that will be shared with school communities who are holding their own kind of site-based information sessions. Would that slide deck, is that something that can be shared on a district website? So for family, for other people who want to check it out, is it generic enough that it can be shared, or is it really too specific to the site?
Oh, thank you, Director Cope. Through the chair. Right now, the specific site that we have is a little bit more detailed specific for leaders to really give talking points. What we will end up doing, though, is providing a deck of information within the website that will provide a little bit more for those that obviously couldn't make it, that could just say, okay, here's some of the key things that we need to know. We do have a great website. Huge shout out to our communications that have been helping us with the messaging of the in-person learning. So yes, but not right now until we get that kind of finalized for parents to understand. But great question.
Okay, yeah, I think it's nice to have all that information in one place, and yeah, there's been a lot to be communicated, and so making sure it's somehow prominent and different from there's so many links, and just to somehow make it visible and stand out. Other question, so students who are choosing virtual learning are choosing it for the rest of the year. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes,
okay.
That is correct.
So so does it work in the reverse? Students who are choosing in person, if at some point they wish to choose VLS, is that an option for them? And what does that process look like?
Yeah, that's a great question, Director Cope. Thank you, through the chair. One of the things that I would share with you on that is because of the transfer out from in-person to virtual, obviously it's likely a health reason or a situation in that context. So that, of course, would be something that our student placement and the sites would work through. And then once they've made that decision, they would remain in that learning model for the remainder of the year. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
So-
a lot of that was for the support of the uniqueness of how secondary is, as you've got all these different movements, to make sure that we really ensure the safety in terms of the guidelines and procedures that we need to do. So that's just kind of the way it is with what we're going to need to do to support our in-person as well as the virtual learning. Yep.
Right. I think that's an important piece to communicate just for people who, for whatever reason, might want to make that change, just to know what that might look like, and kind of to know once, if you're in person now and you opt, then you choose, into, VLS, and then that's where you're staying. And my last question just has more to do with the thinking about secondary, because a lot of the faces I'm seeing here, we've been in secondary buildings and watching how kids move through secondary buildings. How are we thinking about students, like during passing times? Hallways can get really crowded. Are there thoughts about, it looks a little different than like elementary, I think, in general. How are we thinking about some kind of distancing, some kind of protocols around that?
That's a great question through the chair. Thank you, Director Cope. That's that's one of those pieces of secondary. Everybody has a unique building layout. So some of the things is strategically looking at moving direction and pattern of movement in a building in specific directions. Everybody to the right, everybody go to the left. This staircase is straight down, this one's straight up. Obviously, there's situations where, there's a dead end. It's not like you're going to jump out the window. No, we're going to work through how to create those types of patterns that will provide as much utmost safety in terms of the distancing piece. And those, of course, will be worked out through the sites. Of course, they've got their assistant superintendents, facilities, and operations that have done remarkable jobs of analyzing buildings to help support and give guidance and ideas to support those patterns and movements that are going to be happening as well. So that's something that we've already had discussions of, and we'll be working through that in the next few weeks after they get the enrollment numbers to see what that's going to look like. So, yeah.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. Yeah, that's like one of those new routines that'll have to be learned. So, right, appreciate the presentation. Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you, Director Kopp. At this point, I want to circle back to Chair Foster, and then I'll move forward from there. Chair Foster.
Can you hear me at this time?
Yes, we can.
Director Vogt, can you hear me? Ask the question I had in my head. Thank you.
You are going in and out, but we do hear you.
No questions. Thank you for the presentation.
All right. Steve Member Ali.
Vice Chair Vu, it doesn't look like Steve Member Ali has joined us yet.
Oh, okay. Thanks for letting me know. Okay, I did have some questions. One was regarding reaching out to families. March 11th is coming up. March does tend to be the longest month of the year, it seems like, initially at the start of the year. But I think Superintendent Delich, you mentioned reaching out to families and robocalls and emails, and I've got my share of them. I even attended one of my school's info sessions. But I'm curious as to know reaching out to specific language groups, and I particularly want to know how effective when we reach out to them in their own language. What kind of response are we getting from those families, and how are we actually hearing their concerns?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Vu, through the chair. That's a great question. That's one of the pieces of data that we really have been even more intentional about through our secondary work of really making sure that our translations, the messaging that we have is in the native language of our second language learners. In addition to that, there's been a lot of emphasis with our secondary leaders. They'll also hear it tomorrow, and we shared it with them as well regarding all of the messaging that we really want to capture the voice of those that English may not be their second language for them. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chief Burns as well, who I know they've been doing a remarkable job helping us. We've been collaborating on how best to serve our second language families.
Thank you, Dr. Delich. Good evening, Vice Chair Vu, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard. I'm Kevin Burns, Director of Communications for the district. And Director Vu, I appreciate the question, and we take equitable communications very seriously. Everything that we send out to families is translated into 4 languages in addition to English: Somali, Spanish, Karen, and Hmong. And nothing goes out. Our goal is nothing goes out before everything goes out, so that not only do we emphasize equitable communications, but timeliness for all of our families. So robocalls are translated and sent out in multiple languages. All of our family communications that come out from the district, everything on the website before anything is published, our goal is to make sure all translations are available. So one click and everything is translated into a family's preferred language. And that's why we emphasize and ask our families throughout the district to make sure when they go into campus, when they register, to make sure they denote a preferred not only style and method of hearing information, but also what language that best meets their needs, so that we can be as equitable as possible. It's an ongoing challenge. Director Allen, you know that there are more than 130 dialects and languages spoken throughout the district, and we don't have the funds or the bandwidth to meet each and every one of those, but we want to be equitable and timely. And I'm droning on, but this is something the Office of Communications and Superintendent Gothard's administration takes very, very seriously, and we're always looking to improve and enhance that. Communication that isn't received in a manner that is accessible or understandable does no one any good, and we are very, very conscious of that.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer. And my next question is in regards to the in-person support as it is right now. You know, what are we learning from in-person support that we are that we can move forward into a full opening? And on top of that, what will happen to in-person support as we approach the April 14th day?
Yeah, Vice Chair Vu, love that question, because what we've learned is a lot about how much in-person is impacting just relationships with kids, the excitement of educators, the opportunity to help and support them. One of the things that we know is that moving in this direction of in-person is something that many people, educators and students, have really done a remarkable job of trying to work through, obviously, the new way of teaching with masks and all of the PPE gear, but they are just doing a remarkable job in there. What we also recognize is that the in-person connections that are happening with kids are helping, as I shared in the earlier board presentation, identifying students and helping them improve their academic achievement. We also recognize that it's not just in person that's going to obviously bring all of the achievement and be the magic bullet per se. But what we do know is that it is making a big impact in the hearts and minds of kids, and that obviously it is growing, and parents are, based on data, when you look at our virtual learning, the numbers are not as high as they were previously in February. I'd like to contribute that to the remarkable job that's happening in the classroom and the sites and the work that they are doing, that parents and families are really feeling very excited about the direction of moving into in-person, but also recognizing too the the constant intentional efforts that we also are going to put on our virtual learning students to support them as well with this. So just the logistics of going into on-site has been very helpful as a good data point to figure out as you start to grow and you start to improve your size of numbers. It helps you work out some of those logistics such as passing period and what does that look like, and just kind of things such as lunches and kids and all of that. So with that, just great data that we are gathering that is really helping us get ready for that April 14th launch.
I appreciate that. So for pre-K through 5th grade, as we approach the opening day, there was a week where we couldn't do both distance and in person. Our teachers needed to be on site to prepare those spaces. Should we expect the same things for 6 through 12 as we move forward to in person?
Yeah, Vice Chair Vu, great question. We again have the 2 planning days that will happen on the 12th and the 13th, which are going to allow for all of the preparation that needs to happen to get ready with our students. One of the things that we are learning, which is very exciting, is our educators are being proactive to trying to figure out how to keep the instruction going, even though they may not necessarily be there as they're getting ready. It's not something that's obviously required as they're trying to work through it, but you got educators that are going above and beyond to make that happen for kids. But we do have the 2 days before that are intentionally set up after spring break to get everybody back in the flow of teaching and also making sure that the fine tuning it takes place so that we are ready to hit the road running on that 14th.
So for those 2 days that our teachers are preparing for in person, there will still be distance learning. Is that correct? Or will there be no learning at that point?
Those are the days in which they're non-instructional days.
Okay.
They're defined as non-instructional. So as I kind of shared, that's where it will be defined. But I would also offer that we have teachers that are remarkably supportive and they have stuff that will probably keep kids going. Not that they need to on a non-instructional day, but very excited about what they are doing. But they are defined as non-instructional days for the purpose of what MDA has set up when we move into a new transition.
All right. Thank you for that. I didn't have any further questions. Superintendent Gothard, any closing remarks?
No, again, I just want to thank everyone for their work, understanding that we're trying to present a base of information, knowing that there are going to be differences at schools. Our middle and high schools are unique communities. And building configuration alone, but learning models, schedules, different courses, different opportunities. So it is very important that our community does participate in those community-based meetings and also continues to look to us for district support as well. This is not the district saying, it's on the school, it's on the school. We want to do nothing more than support our schools to really open up on the 14th and do great work. And again, with the numbers that I shared with you, with continuing to vaccinate our community, I really have great confidence that we are going to end the year strongly in St. Paul Public Schools and really build on what's been truthfully a year now. I mean, if you look back March 9th, you all know where we were last March 9th. It's been a really hard year for everyone. And I, for one, am really excited for all of our students to feel like they have a choice to come back and receive in-person instruction. To those students and families that are opting for virtual learning, again, we will continue to make that as meaningful and relevant as possible. I think it would be impossible for me to say what you can expect on day one. I think our teachers, our staff, our support staff, our principals, our district staff are going to find ways to continue to support that to be as relevant as it can be, for those given circumstances in each school, some of the classes. And I know our educators are up to finding creative ways to do this work. Yet I want to maintain very realistic expectations for them as well. This is still, as we're back in person, doesn't mean that we are not expecting a great deal from our educators. And I think all of us need to be realistic about that as well. We want to work together as a community. It has not been hard, as you know. Decisions that I make and recommend to you and get your support are not welcome by everyone. Again, we're navigating, managing expectations, doing it safely, but doing it effectively as well. And our students who didn't have a voice in starting their year in person, knowing that they now have that ability and that opportunity, we should feel really good about that. And I know, and I feel confident that we can do it and do it well. So Vice Chair Vu, thank you. Great questions, and look forward to ongoing reports to you as we continue to move towards April 14th.
Thank you, Superintendent Gothard. Next on the agenda is the 5-year facilities plan, fiscal year 2022 to 2026, part 2. And I'll turn it over to you, Superintendent Gothard, to start that.
Yes, it definitely is part 2. I just want to share a little bit with you. We're continuing the presentation of SPPS Builds, our next 5-year facilities maintenance and capital implementation plan. Although the past year has brought a lot of change, and we are discussing strategic questions through Envision SPPS, there is still much work we can do for our students and communities now. The confident decisions we can make are, 1, we can continue to create great environments for our learners. They deserve environments that are safe, respectful, with good air quality and lighting, and that have space for movement and AV support for instruction. 2, we know that most of our criteria for projects center around factors that are not connected to the magnitude of enrollment. Quality learning spaces, identifiable main entries, building condition, course spaces like gyms and cafeterias are important for any school, regardless of enrollment challenges they face. These are the cornerstones of what we want to create through SPPS Builds. 3, we have adopted a middle school model as a strategic initiative in SPPS Achieves and know that we can move forward on the middle school renewal projects. Now, again, we are going into schools that many haven't been touched for decades. And they were very much based on models that may not be relevant today for what we want our students to be able to experience. So flexible learning environments where experimentation and opportunities for movement can be the norm are going to be really important as we look into this limitless education that we want to create in St. Paul Public Schools to meet our mission statement. And 4, there are things that we must do. School buildings are a significant asset, but they need to be taken care of. We have to replace boilers, fix brickwork, renew ventilation, and update fire alarm systems. The 5-year plan being presented today responds to the obligation to take care of our learning environments for our communities and for our students. We've taken good steps on the recommendations of the external review that we had done in 2019. And as you will hear, I am confident that we will move forward with our capital improvement plans, allowing us to make critical investments now while still being ready for how our district will continue to change. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chief of Operations, Jackie Turner.
Thank you, Superintendent. As Sarah brings up the PowerPoint slides, I just wanted to remind the board, this is our part 2 of our 3-part series for SPS Builds. We are coming to you today with second phase. So within that, tonight's presentation, first slides are. We're going to continue to present the SPS Builds, the 5-year implementation plan. So again, this is a 5-year plan. We're going to continue to look at our priorities that we put together and talked about last month and go in deeper into the funding structure and the priorities within that. Next slide. I also want to remind the board, this is a collaborative presentation. Tonight, I'll be joined with members of the facilities team, also with the from our finance team, as well as we have added some other members to our conversations, our meetings. And you might recall that one of the recommendations from our review was that facilities and finance meet regularly, and we continue to do that. And we've added our lobbyist, Mary Gilbert, to those conversations, as well as our representative from Baker Tilly. So we do meet regularly. So we plan to bring you a joint and collaborative presentation tonight that shows both sides of our capital projects, as well as how we plan to finance those particular projects. So as we get deeper into, we will again review the criteria that we presented to you on the 9th. We also, on On the 9th, we went actually over what SPPS builds was, the projects to date that we looked at, and you asked for a review of the recommendations and how well we're doing on those recommendations. We plan to present that tonight as well. You will hear from our CFO, our strategies and categories of how we are financing the projects and what each one of those categories, what we can pay for and what they're intending to use. Within the 5-year plan, you'll learn about the upcoming projects and the project budgets that are associated with those particular projects. Next slide, please, Sarah. I also want to say that this presentation is just a continued part of our commitment to be transparent and provide the board and community relevant information in an efficient manner and a consistent manner. One of the things that we also learned from the review is that we need to be more transparent and we need to welcome questions and answer those. So board members, please take this time this evening to ask your questions, to engage with the team members, and to make sure that you are understanding and are comfortable with the direction that we are going as a community, as a district. As Dr. Gothard shared earlier, this 5-year plan is for our students and for our communities, and so that we can continue to keep our buildings aligned with our SPPS achieves. I want to also let the board know that I promised one of our board members, and I'm going to present it tonight, really to review and understand what the gate point checks are, and why that's not officially in our presentation tonight. I do want to just take a couple minutes, and so board members can just jot these down. We do know that the gate point checks sometimes get a little confusing, but I think I've come up with a way that might help people understand and know what to look for. So tonight, we're going to review the actual SPPS builds. That is the book that you have in front of you. It's the book of every single site, the timeline that is coming forth. And that's what we're asking you to approve at the March 23rd BOE meeting. So all of this information is providing guidance and supporting information so that you feel comfortable with that vote in March 23rd. And think of Gate Point Check 1 as the book. It's the philosophy, it's the program, our capital improvement program. So that's really what we're talking about when we're talking about Gate Point Check 1. It's the overview of the whole entire program. Each Gate Point check, you might remember, is adding the funding component to it. That was also a review recommendation that anytime that we brought forth a project to be funded, we also need to bring forth to the board a way to fund that, a way in which that both the finance team felt comfortable as well as the board felt comfortable with that. So we intentionally added a 1A, a 2A, a 3A, and a 4A to each one of the Gate Point checks. So again, Gate Point Check 1 is actually the book. This is what you will be approving on the 23rd. It's the overview. It's the philosophy of how we will timeline all of our projects and how we will prioritize what projects go before others. Gate Point Check 2, we're bringing forth before you on the 23rd as well, and you'll see in here upcoming, it's for Ramsey and G-Ming. Ramsey Middle School, again, and G-Ming. And think of Gate Point Check 2 as project charters. That's what we're calling. It's a specific project, a specific site. Most of the time it's a site. It could be actual project. And we call it a project because it could be roofs, it could be windows, it could be an athletic field. It's not only schools, it's a project. And with the Gate Point Check 2, you are approving a project charter. And when you think of project charter, think of it is the specifics of what's going to happen in that particular site. It's an overview, it's a summary, and it's a rationale. So you will find, which is also included in the board book that you have today and for all community members to review, you will see both a project charter for Ramsey as well as G-Ming. So in those charters, you will find the rationale for how Ramsey and G-Ming has been chosen. You will also find the summary of what's going to happen and an overview, as well as a timeline. And that's what we are calling project charters, Gate Point Check 2. Gate point check 3 is another opportunity yet for the board. And as you may recall, with the recommendation from the review team, the board, one of the priorities is that you are to have accountability and accurate and timely information and transparent information. So again, this is us providing all of this information that we agreed to do when we took on the recommendations and accepted the review from the review committee. So gate point check 3 is another time that we come back collaboratively to the board on projects, and that is that the board is giving us permission to go out for bid. So that's another time that you have as a board to review all their information and yet give the team approval. Again, that's to go out to bid. Gate point check 4 is yet another time that this board has to review the information, and that is right before we go out for construction. So those 4 are all information. And then finally, gate point check 5 is what we considered our celebration and closeout period. And so as you review the information tonight, keep in mind all those particular things. Also keep in mind that really the board's, as you review the presentation from the team tonight, keep in mind that your role in this, directors, is to set the philosophy of SPPS build, so approve that or not. We hope that you are. Set the appropriate funding, which you will hear from our CFO later, Marie Schroll. And then also your role in the capital plan is to actually hold administration and us accountable for what we say that we're going to do, and you're doing that by approving each gate point check. So I ask that you listen attentively. Tonight we do plan to get through this in an efficient manner and leave plenty of time for your questions. So as you think about March 23rd, know that we will be coming back for approval of the project. So SPPS Build will be coming back for the resolution to approval to move for Ramsey and G-Mean to gate point check 2. We'll also be coming back to you in March for approval of a funding resolution, and that Chief Schroll will go over it in more detail. And then actually coming back in April for the board to approve how we set the sale for the bonds and the COPs required for that. So as I know that was a little bit long of an introduction, but I wanted to make sure that I provided you all the information so that as you listen to the upcoming presentation, you will be able to align your questions better and make sure that you get all the information that you need in order to feel comfortable come March 23rd BOE. And with that, I would like to invite Director Tom Parent to, next slide, Sarah, but Tom Parent to come up and provide a status on where we are with the external reviews recommendations. We will also allow appropriate question and timing after each segment, and so we'll take a pause after each segment. Director Parent.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chief Turner. Vice Chair Wu, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to be here this evening. Sarah, if we could advance one slide. As we review what we discussed in February, which was the prioritization framework of the 5-year plan and all the data that comprises it, as well as the launch of SPPS Builds and all the great work built to date, we do want to make sure that we are responding to your questions about the external review recommendations. As we shared at the February COB, tonight's presentation is steeped in the learnings we've had as an organization over the last few years to build a capital program that's as sophisticated and rigorous as our students and community deserve. The series of presentations over this month and last are a direct result of the recommendations of the external review process, and I'm excited for the board members and the community to see the systems in place that live up to our commitment to transparency and the great work that will result from these important investments in the learning environments of our students. Above all, I appreciate the commitment of this organization has always been on delivering the transformation that the vision and philosophy that our community created as part of the master planning process and what it means for our students. Sarah, if we could advance one, please. What you'll see today, and is underscored by the volumes of supporting information in the board book from the past 2 committee of the board meetings, is an unabashed commitment to transparency and to continuous improvement. In this meeting supporting book, you will find a line-by-line summary of each recommendation from our external review committee and where we stand in the incorporation of those recommendations. On this slide, you can see a summary of the status of those recommendations in the different categories they came in. And while we've gotten a lot accomplished, there is always work left to be done. It's likely that not all of the recommendations will be adopted exactly as posited in the external review, but I'm proud of our team and not shying away from taking a critical look at ways we could be doing this work better, and appreciate the insights of those that served on the external review team. The work being presented tonight represents a wholesale reinitiation of our capital program, one that strives to live up to the name of SPPS Builds. This too is an explicit recommendation from the external review. While still respecting the community input we got in the 2015 master planning process, which defined what 21st century learning looked like in each of our buildings, we've taken a blank page approach to each of the major projects. That means taking time to understand their strategic necessity to the district, the current data around programmatic needs, and prepare from scratch conservative cost estimating that then allow us to build the program as a whole. In addition to what has changed in our process, much has changed in our buildings and our programs in the last 5 years, and the work before you this evening is squarely rooted in today's St. Paul Public Schools. I know there will be attempts by some to compare the 2016 projects to those being presented today, but to do so is misguided and will lead to apples to oranges type comparisons. In last month's COB supporting book, we included detailed information about many of the quantitative strategic data points that inform our work, particularly in the area of growth and alignment. And tonight, you'll see how that information helps us contend with areas of possible change or uncertainty, including enrollment changes due to the pandemic or the work of the Envision SPPS process. In that same COB book, we also provided an executive summary of the work our facility planning team has done with the support from Krauss Anderson, the largest K-12 construction management company in the state, to develop rigorous and highly local cost estimates appropriate for each stage a project is in. Along that same vein, you'll also see multiple different examples of the gate check approval and oversight process that Chief Turner just so wonderfully laid out, with a focus on the first 3 of 5 total touch points each project has with the board. This is inherently deep and complex work, but hopefully the presentation tonight and the large volume of information shared via writing with the board will help demonstrate meaningful progress in ensuring clarity in decisions and actions. Overall, we're excited to be here this evening and to continue to reinforce the value of transformational learning environments for our staff and students and the importance of investing in these critical community assets, all while demonstrating sound and transparent decision-making as an organization. Nowhere is this more important than in managing the fiscal side of any capital program, so I will turn it over to Chief Schruel for an overview of the funding streams and their unique restrictions available to our construction program. Chief Schruel.
Thanks, Tom. The financing structure. So as a district, Sarah, if you wouldn't mind, thank you. The capital funding structure here at St. Paul Public Schools, we have 4 options available to us. We're a little unique as a district. We are one of 4 in the state, and I'll explain in a minute. We have a unique structure. There are all of these are set by the district through our tax levy. The first one that you see on the left is our pay-as-you-go levy. This is what we try to maximize as a district for long-term facility maintenance. These are funds that are appropriate for our deferred maintenance projects. The other 3 to the right, you'll see again, long-term facility maintenance bonding, certificates of participation, and capital bonds. These are ones that we would issue debt over time, and that would impact our debt service levy through the district. So again, we're unique. We are one of the few districts that can issue certificates of participation. So Sarah, if you wouldn't mind advancing one more slide, I'll explain what each of these funding sources has. So within each one of our source restrictions, long-term facility maintenance, whether you do the bond or the pay-go levy, they're restricted and require annual approval. There's an application process. What's specific to the maintenance LTFM funding is that it's replacing things one-on-one. It doesn't allow for expansion. So it's really about that deferred maintenance work we're doing as a district, which as many as you know, we have a lot of deferred maintenance work with the buildings and the age that they're at. But it's also about health and safety work. Code compliance, fire suppression, PPE, and accessibility. So a lot of other projects within those categories. And so that amount alone can be quite large in a district of our size. The second category is certificates of participation. And what's specific here is that we require the MDE commissioner approval. So that state approval is required. We're one of 4 districts in the state that have that ability. And it's projects that are specific under the achievement and integration plan. So it has to support that. And there is an approval process that's quite rigorous. The last category is capital bonds. While restricted, that one's probably the most flexible in the finance eyes here. That's for acquisition or betterment of school facilities. And I'll just give you some examples of what we've used that funding on in the past couple of years. For infrastructure, security improvements, energy efficiency, architectural costs, athletic improvements, building remodeling and renovation. So it's kind of an overall project category also. Next slide, Sarah. So as you consider tonight, I'm going to just wrap up this section with showing you what our district's current funding structure level is as of fiscal year 21. Right now within the levy, we have $28 million built in for that pay-as-you-go. We have a combination that we are working on. We have 70 million in our certificates of participation and currently $15 million with our capital bonds, which is set specifically each year. So as we get in further into the presentation this evening, we will be looking at some different funding structures going forward to support the next 5 years. And we'll go over those and highlight those following the project presentation that Director Parent will be presenting. So with that, I will turn it back over to Chief Turner.
Thanks. Vice Chair Vu, we will take any pause and take any questions up to this point. I would like to remind the board that Chief Rule is going to go much more into the financing and the finance strategy later on in the presentation. So I encourage you, if you have any specific questions around the financing, you may get your answer or question answered at that point, but you might want to hold until then. But we do have time for a pause. Vice Chair Vu, if you would like us to address questions, we're happy to do so.
Sure. Thank you for that pause. Dr. Ellis?
I have questions. So I know you went through the timeline for the gate checks and just sort of trying to cliff note this for myself. It's approval by the board, there's bids, there's funding, there's design and construction. Is that sort of a good overview of it? Or what am I missing sort of in the process there?
Dr. Parent.
I know like I'm trying to sort of sort which category gate check goes into each of those things. So the approval by the board, the bids, the funding, the design, and the construction, because I know that these things are multi-year.
Great. I'll let Director Parent answer that.
Through the Vice Chair, Director Ellis, thank you for that. And while we talk today, I will send, I believe we have a one-pager that we've put together historically for the board about the different gate checks. I still refer to it. It's actually good for me to sort of go back and say, okay, where exactly do we fit? But essentially, you've laid that out correctly. Gate check 1 is this is something. It's a recognition that this is something that the organization needs to be doing. It's the initiation of this as a recognized priority for the district. Gate check 2 is the project charter. Here's what we're trying to do and why. Gate check 3 is we're partially through design and we are ready to come back to you with a firm cost and budget and a firm scope that we will deliver the project on if approved. Gate check 4 is the award of construction contracts. And then gate check 5 is a celebration at the end that reports back and says, we told you we'd do this work for this amount of money. Here's how we did in the end. And hopefully let's celebrate the good we've been able to do.
Okay, recap that one more time.
Gate check 1 is the start. Gate check 2 is the intent and the why. Gate check 3 is the specific. Here's the project. Here's what we're going to deliver. Gate check 4 is the go ahead on construction. And then gate check 5 is the, oh, perfect. Thank you, Sarah. And then 5 is the closeout at the end.
And through the chair, Director Ellis, when set the why, we actually also called it the project charter.
Right. Okay.
So that's what we're doing for Ramsey and Jiming at the March 23rd BOE meeting. And that's what's in the board packet this evening.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question, because that was, I think, one. The other one was the dashboard. When projects get up and running, what information will be on the dashboard and how often is that updated?
Through the Vice Chair, Director Ellis. We will have the dashboard live and as part of the presentation on the 23rd, so you will be able to see it and what it'll mean both at the programmatic level, which is everything bundled together, as well as at the individual project level, so that we are showing both ends of that spectrum. I think on a practical matter, we're saying most of it, particularly on the project level, is updated monthly, just because that's when we get invoices and that's when information comes through. And then at the programmatic level will be updated as the gate check process winds its way with the board. So those will be the things that trigger status changes among those different levels of reporting.
Okay, and then just one more question. I know that we had talked about we have the timeline for the gate checks, but then how much time in between those gate checks and what will be the communication as to the status of each project to board members?
So Director Ellis, I would love to put a pin in part of that question about some of the timing, and Kathy Wallace, who is the head of our facility planning team and is doing the next part of the presentation, will speak specifically to that on the two projects that are before you for gate check 2. But generally, as a blanket statement, for a large project like that, we do a year and a half of design followed by 2 to 4 years of construction. So it's a long process. Hopefully the board has seen over the last, I don't know how many months at this point, 10, 12, somewhere around there, the monthly updates that we have been sending the board, as well as posting to our website, and sharing out publicly on individual school websites as well. The information that's really tying back to the gate checks, the ability to share what's happened this month at these projects, and reporting on project financial information as well as project schedule information. So that will always be something shared with the board and the public once projects get to that stage in the project process.
Okay, that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Chair Foster, any questions? All right, Chair Foster. All right. I think Chair Foster has been having technical difficulties. We will circle back to her. Director Broderick?
Yes. Can you hear me, everyone?
I can.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to warn everyone that
Well,
before the night's. Am I all right? Okay, thank you. I just wanted to warn everyone that before the night's over, my questions and comments and a possible proposal are going to take some time. And I'm going to be purposely going very slowly. I actually encourage administration to take all the time they want also to answer questions, all of our questions. And thank you, Director Ellis, for those good questions that you started us off with. And the reason I'm saying this is because I really believe that the public, as we enter into phase 2 of the FMP, that the public deserves a very great amount of transparency, because we're embarking on a big, big deal once again. The time we spend tonight will possibly be one of the most important meetings that I personally have ever participated in during my 20 years on the board and 50 years in the district. The sheer number of dollars that we're talking about tonight, and that's why I think we really need to take time. The sheer number of dollars is breathtaking. But more important, the future life of generations, actually the future school life. Kids that are going to be in our buildings for the next 5, 10, 20, 30 years. For the next generation of SPPS students. This is what's at stake tonight. Facilities matter. And you've heard me say that many times over the last many years. Equity matters. Inner city kids matter. And yes, taxpayers matter. And that's why I think that tonight we have to exercise transparency and have a very, very, I'll use the word that became kind of popular on our board years ago. I would hope that we will have a very robust conversation that is a conversation and a discussion, so that board members can make it clear what they really need to have that feeling of satisfaction that Chief Turner talked about a little while ago. I'm the only person on the board who was on the board when we embarked on the facilities master plan. And because of that, I have almost have a chronicle in my mind of what I have seen transpire since we began much of this way back in a earlier term when I was on the board. So I think the uneasiness that I've had and that I want to try to have assuaded tonight, so that I don't have this same uneasiness, I'm going to take us through just maybe I'm choosing one school as my frame of reference, because we began talking about this school way back in 2016, and now it's still on the drawing board, so to speak. I'm going to use just one school that I think almost encapsulates some of the issues that we've had that have drawn negative attention to our district from the very beginning. And I think this school can be both illustrative and actually serve as an example. I'm talking about Ramsey Middle School. Because back in April of 2016, we had proposed work at Ramsey Middle to the tune, well, to $11.3 million. That's a lot of money. By July 2017, just a little bit more than a year later, and coincidentally, that's about the same time that Superintendent Gothard arrived to begin his term here at SPPS. In July of 2017, that number in just over a year had gone from 11.3 to $20 million. By October, we were looking at a number of $23.5 million. We settled sort of at May 2019 at 23.5, but by that time we were being scrutinized by the public and by the media in terms of why these costs had gone up. And that's, of course, when we brought in the review team that you've been referencing. The review team came in with their report on October of 2019. And I'm assuming that at that point in time, we were sitting at $23.5 million. And I hope, Tom, that you'll be able to, or Director Parent, that you'll be able to correct me on any of these numbers that I'm not spelling out correctly. But the fact of the matter is, on October of 2019, we were at 23.5 mil. And the number that I see now is for Ramsey from 45 to $55 million as our proposed budget for that project. And what makes me a little bit uneasy about that is during that school year, or during that year of construction, there are other large construction jobs, particularly GMIN, that are very, very large and also have a fairly wide range in terms of what the actual cost is going to be. And I'm very concerned that if we're talking about projects that may be, where we're talking about projects that may be totaling $85 to $90 million for maybe just 2 schools, how well will we be able to address those issues that Superintendent Gothard talked about a few minutes ago in terms of abatement and fire suppression and boilers and all of that maintenance that is absolutely necessary for us to do? We also have, I know from talking to people across the district, principals, teachers, coaches, athletic directors, that we have all kinds of smaller projects that we would get a tremendous amount of bang for the buck with our communities if we could deliver on those. But when I look at a number like the one I'm looking at Ramsey and the one that I'm looking at GMIN, it makes me uneasy that we're going to be able to satisfy those other kinds of real, absolute, immediate, and in some cases almost emergency fixes that Dr. Gothard just mentioned a little while ago. So that makes me a little uneasy, and I'm going to stop talking now, Director Parent, so you can answer. But I guess what I'm saying is, since I've been around this whole time, Ramsey's gone from 11.3 million to potentially $55 million. And I want to make one thing perfectly clear. If we need to spend $55 million to make Ramsey the kind of school that I want my grandchildren and great-grandchildren to go to, I'm ready to spend $55 million. But what I fail to have seen and heard clearly enough is, how did we get here? And that's what I want to ask you tonight to do for me, Director Parent, is to spell out how we got to from $11.3 million in 2016 to a potentially $55 million project now. Is it a good idea? Can you justify it? Can you show me everything that happened in between? I don't, and this is where you may be correcting me. As much as I sound pretty animated right now, I'm also, as you well know, very modest in terms of being willing to say, I may be in error on some of this. So you help me out on this. And I want to ask the other board members to think about if they know how we got here. Because when this project is over, which it'll never be over, I hope it's never over. I hope we're never stopping improving stuff. I was telling Superintendent Gothard the other day, one of the proudest moments of my time on the school board was during my first term when we built an 8-lane track for the St. Paul City Conference for the first time in the history of the St. Paul City Conference. Well, I hate to use that word passionate, especially if I'm describing myself, because I'm getting too old to be describing myself as passionate. But you know what? I am passionate, and I want to hold your feet to the fire. And when I say that, that's not what I want to say. I don't want to hold anybody's feet to the fire, because there isn't a person in this meeting that doesn't want what I want for our kids. I want our St. Paul Public School kids to have comparable facilities to anybody.
Through the chair.
But I'm a little uneasy right now, and I hope that you can help me with that uneasiness. And now I will, and those numbers, if you could go through those numbers for me to give me an idea.
So through the Vice Chair, Director Broderick, I want to say a couple of things, and I think that might be more appropriate to wait through the next part of the presentation, where we are going to go over the timeline and go into the project a little bit more with Kathy Wallace, who's also from the facilities team. But a couple of things to address before that does happen is that I do want to make one clarification and want this board as well as the community to know that this SPPS builds is not FMP2. I just need to make that correction. FMP has, if you will, it has sunsetted. It's of no longer. We consider that to be done and gone. That went out when last spring, this time, when we began the implementations of the review team that came in. That was one of the recommendations, in fact, is that this SPPS builds is this community's new community of capital planning. And so I would encourage the board, as well as the community, as well as staff and everyone, that we align our language and we use appropriate language. So when we talk about the capital plan in St. Paul Public Schools, it's SPPS builds. We were strategic and specific with that name so that it aligns with SPPS Achieves, that it aligns with Envision SPPS, and this is the direction that this board will take with this community, with this administration. So FMP is gone. SPS builds. Hopefully on March 23rd, when this board takes action, that will be the direction that we will be going for the next 5 years. And Director Broderick, you're right. I don't want you to put anyone's under the fire, because this is not anyone's plan. This is not Director Parent's plan. This is not Chief Turner's plan. This is not Superintendent Gothard's plan. This is St. Paul Public Schools community plan. And we all need to go in and join in together on this. And so if there are questions, certainly we want to answer all those, Director Broderick. And this is why we want to take the time. We don't want to rush this tonight. This is why we're taking 3 parts to get here. We had the last committee of the board meeting, we have tonight's committee of the board meeting, and then we have a March BOE. So we would definitely want to take the time to get here. But I think Kathy's presentation will go over that. We will take note of your questions. And if those don't answer the questions, we will take the time, Director Broderick, to prepare and understand how the Ramsey charter, I think maybe we'll divert a little bit, Kathy, and spend a little bit of time on that. If Vice Chair Vu, if that's okay with you, to maybe go into how Ramsey's costs and what we're actually spending those resources on. But again, as Director Parent started, his comments were to refer to any project from SPPS builds and refer it to previous projects. FMP is like comparing apples and oranges, because we are under a whole new program. We are using the implementation of the recommendations from the review committee, the project capital review committee, who made very clear recommendations on how we are to talk about the cost of projects, when those costs come into play, how we align certain contingencies in there. And so you will see all of that coming up. I don't know if it's appropriate, Vice Chair Vu, to continue taking the other directors' questions, or if you'd like us to move on. I will go at the direction of the board at this time.
I would encourage us to continue a dialogue rather than going right into the presentation. But I will also defer to Vice Chair Vu on that.
Sure, Director Broderick. I just want to make sure that that was all for you before we move on.
Pardon me?
I just wanted to make sure that Chief Turner's response to your question was to your satisfactory before we move on, because she mentioned that we will be diving deeper into Ramsey financing.
Okay, and I'll be looking forward to that and the presentation from Catherine Wallace. Just 2 quick things, and that is, number one, you are correct, and my choice of the words holding anyone's feet to the fire was absolutely inappropriate, and I should not have said that. I apologize for that. I think every one of you knows that I have much more respect. I was an employee at the St. Paul Public Schools for 34.2 years. I love St. Paul Public Schools employees, and I don't want to say anything that even resembles disrespect. Real quickly, however, the one thing you did say, Chief Turner, is that somebody is ultimately responsible. And the thing that's weighing on me in my last year on the board is that I am part of the board has the ultimate responsibility. The board has the ultimate responsibility to the students, to the parents, and as I said, to the taxpayers. And then I hope that when one of your staff talks about Ramsey, that they do talk about how it went from 2019 to 2021, from 23.5 to almost, well, 45 to $55 million, because unfortunately, that resembles the old FMP. That's the kind of thing that got us into trouble a few years back. And now, thank you for giving me that courtesy, Vice Chair Vu. I appreciate that very much. And I'm gonna go on mute for a while.
All right. Director Allen.
I don't really have any questions. I'm really excited for Ms. Schrull's presentation on other funding sources. And then I love that Director Broderick wanted to have a conversation. I was really baffled back in those days about how those things could happen. And I've been diving deeper into development, working on some of the spaces and the unrest. And I realized that a lot of times when you go into a building, you have this vision, but when you knock down the wall, you find out that there's another $2-3 million worth of work right there, right? You didn't know that from the outside. And because I'm invested in Ramsey Middle School, you know, to be transparent, I know that there's a stream running underneath of there that was suddenly discovered when they decided to go in and start to see what was going on in the space. And I don't know if that's, you know, $20 million or whatever it is, right? But I do know that if there's a stream underneath there and we're trying to rebuild, that's going to cost a pretty penny. So just to Director Broderick's and just being transparent about like the information that I already know and what brought me to the place of understanding of why these things happen and why stuff costs so much in development. I just wanted to disclose my knowledge that I have. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Allen. Director Kopp?
Thank you. I don't have any questions at this time. I appreciate the review of the gate checks. That's really helpful. And I do really, I also appreciate the monthly updates that are sent that include the progress and the photos. Those are always really, those are fun to see. And as someone who, like, the very first district-wide document I ever read was the FMP. And like, I had feelings about it for sure. To be able to kind of close the book on that and open the book on SPPS builds is really exciting. And I'm looking forward to seeing this presentation and seeing where we're going next, and appreciate everyone's work putting together this 3-part trilogy of maybe not as long as Lord of the Rings. Maybe we'll beat it, who knows, but I'm looking forward to it and appreciate everyone's work on it.
All right. Thank you, Director Kopp. I want to circle back to Chair Foster. Any questions?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
At this point, I just echo my colleagues and say thank you for the presentation. I'm glad to turn the chapter and look forward to the work moving forward, and doing so with better knowledge and awareness of where we're at in this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Foster. I'll also hold my questions till we hear more from further down the meeting. So if you will.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Continue.
Thank you. I'll invite Kathy Wallace up to begin the 5-year plan discussion and description of what's happening over the next 5 years. I asked Kathy that you take into account Director Broderick's questions. And so if we need to alter some of the other parts to make sure we touch a little bit on Ramsey, more specifically on Ramsey's, please take the liberty to do so. Kathy.
Thank you, Vice Chair Vu, members of the board, Superintendent. I'm pleased to be here sharing more about the 5-year plan and also symbolically approaching the podium. So if you accept the overall framework that the prioritization criteria that we discussed last time provide, and the basis of funding that Chief Schrull just presented is strong, then what we go through now is the exciting part, which are the projects that we can do in the next 5 years to improve our facilities for learning. Next slide. We have been designing the 5-year plan to the level of funding that Marie just reviewed, and that's and what that means is that this 5-year plan averages out to about $105 million per year. What it includes are these 4 things here: the major renovation and modernization projects. 6 of them will be shared, and these are the big projects that address many of the top facility priorities, including quality learning space, main entries, and building condition. They do also include infrastructure and asset preservation, partly because there's efficiency in doing both, doing all the improvements at the same time at one site. We also have 5 major infrastructure projects where the focus is on deferred maintenance. In this case, most of them are mechanical systems primarily. The third group is targeted capital improvements. As Chief Schrull mentioned, that's are flexible dollars that allow us to do things like instructional audiovisual, furniture, playgrounds, and security cameras. Finally, we have a group of smaller projects taking care of deferred maintenance across a number of buildings like flooring, roofs, windows, plumbing, mechanical systems, fire safety. It's the functional stuff. Next slide. We're anticipating that there's probably some interest in the geographic distribution of this work. This map shows where all the work is from the start of the FMP in 2016 and moving forward. The red dots are major projects over $2 million that have already taken place or underway right now. The light blue-green dots are major projects coming up, both renovations and infrastructure. And the map also shows locations where the plan includes spending of over $500,000 at a site, and that's in the dark green. What you'll see is that there's 40 sites where we project spending over $500,000 in the next 5 years. Next slide. On this bar calendar, you'll see the proposed major renovations and transformation in a way. These also include some additions. The first three, Jiming Mandarin Immersion Elementary, is the phase 2 for that project to complete the alignment to the district standards at what was the old Homecroft building. And it corrects longstanding lack of an adequate kitchen, corrects some ventilation deficiencies in the one-story wing, and it also supports higher than expected retention of students enrolled at kindergarten level. Ramsey Middle School, next one, is an important renovation. I think we've said, but we'll say again, the building has the worst FCI in the district, the worst facility condition. The project includes site drainage, paving and stairs, internal heating and plumbing piping, electrical work. There's a new main entry off the Summit Avenue to bring the front of the building to the front. And then simultaneously, we're proposing reconfiguring the building for middle school model to support that strategic plan initiative. The third project is at the Highland Complex, and it's a targeted remodeling here. It's not widespread across the whole complex. It's to address the inadequate lunchroom and kitchen and circulation space between the two buildings. It also brings the middle school entrance to the side where most people enter off the parking lot. There's some infrastructure work in terms of ventilation and I think some, sorry, should know the other ones, instructional audiovisual. Next. The previous projects represent situations where we can move forward confident that investment is timely and we know enough about the programs, as Superintendent Gothard mentioned. The next three projects are timed to be 2 years from now because they potentially will be affected by the strategies that arise in Envision SPPS. We're allocating dollars for them starting in 2023, and we do intend to revisit them next year with you. You'll recall that the renovation or replacement of Bruce Vento is also on hold, in addition to a couple others we'll mention, pending strategic direction regarding that site and program. Our first bar here is a placeholder of $30 million for strategic improvements at one or more sites to support the Envision SPPS recommendations and strategies. These could be for repurposing a building or remodeling. It could also be used for improvements at Bruce Vento. Next one, Cherokee Heights Elementary, is another location that has high infrastructure needs like Ramsey and would benefit also from interior reconfiguration to align the building with the learning program. We anticipate that SPPS, or that Envision SPPS, will help affirm the learning program there and solidify the project. Obama Elementary, as you know, has additional capacity, and it was targeted as a central location for an early childhood hub for that reason. We're holding we're again slightly delaying a major project there to ensure that the project is aligned with whatever early childhood recommendations come out of Envision SPPS. And there's more, we recognize there's more to the Obama project than just the early childhood component. The building needs, it needs the upgrades. Finally, Farnsworth Aerospace Lower School is our sixth project on this list, where again, for efficiency, a major investment lets us combine substantial infrastructure work with learning space, main entry, and core space improvements. And you'll notice that some of my descriptions are trying to line up with our criteria for prioritization. Next slide. The next group of projects are major infrastructure projects. And the first one you've already had a chance to approve for starting construction at Gate Check 4. And that's Johnson High School heating, ventilation, and also instructional AV. The next one's Bridgeview Roofing. It's a complex roofing and roof drain project that will run 2 years. Design is currently underway. You should see a Gate Check 3 very soon. And this is the first of several major roofing projects. That's the biggest one, so we put it on the chart. Then there's a group of much needed auditorium improvements at the secondary sites, and this is a bundle of projects to be rolled out over 3 years. Finally, we have 3 major mechanical improvement jobs at Farnsworth Upper, Wellstone Elementary, the areas that weren't done in 2005, and the Heights Elementary. Next. Outside of the larger projects, there's hundreds of smaller projects that we've incorporated in the 5-year plan, and you probably have noticed them listed in the 5-year plan book at each building site. These will be brought to you in greater detail as they reach Gate Check 3. For the small projects, we did them at Gate Checks 1, 3, and 4. These projects range from roofs to floors, redoing playgrounds to adding fire sprinklers. And some affect learning directly, for example, instructional AV updates at all the high schools and middle schools. Most, though, are about taking care of the buildings that our learners, educators, and communities use. Next. We know athletics is important to many of you and certainly to many of our students. This 5-year plan proposes completion of the strategic goals of the FMP to make the greatest use possible of the facilities that do exist through artificial turf and lights at the high schools, and as well as improvements at ball fields and tennis courts. All right, this wraps up the summary of the 5-year plan book, but we have a bit more, and I'm also, next slide, I'm also going to add just a bit more to the first 3 of the 5 gate checks, because it's, I think partly because we were asked in terms of timing, but also these are points, there's some information here about contingencies and so on. Gate check 1, as we discussed, occurs when a project is included in the 5-year book. Gate check 2, to elaborate a little bit longer on the chartering stage. For the larger projects, we prepare a project charter by investigating further, talking to multiple departments about how they use the building, confirming the building's program, getting any additional studies we need just to complete a planning level scoping out of the type of work that's needed. We list that preliminary scope and we do a rough order of magnitude cost estimate that's expressed in terms of a range, as you'll see with, as you have noticed with Jimming and Ramsey, just to indicate the level of precision that we can expect from a rough order of magnitude cost estimate. We can't say it's going to be more precise than plus or minus 10% at this point, but there will be greater precision later. And that estimate does include an estimate contingency, which allows for things that just aren't known at this time, a construction contingency, which helps with some of those uncovered conditions when you knock into walls of 10%, and then a project contingency of 10%, which is held at the district level to give us some room for inevitable things that come up. And then at the project charter, an initial funding strategy is identified. The third gate check happens after the project has been handed over to consultants, and they start to the design team, and they start to give work in even greater depth and begin designing how the project will be configured and carried out, not just what's in it, but also how it will happen. Sorry, my dog just grabbed a piece of paper. We'll come to you and present at that point, so you can see what the work is beginning to look like, and it goes beyond just this sort of dry list of scope. We keep the same levels of contingency at that point, but the estimate is in greater detail, and for the large projects is likely to be carried out by a construction manager like Krause Anderson. And approval at this point represents approval to move forward into completion of the design. That the time between gate check 2 and gate check 3 is going to typically be around 6 months. Could be shorter for smaller projects and longer for larger. Okay. Now let's go on to the next slide. Today we're presenting 2 projects for gate check 2 and asking for approval of these at the Board of Education meeting on March 23rd. And with respect to Director Broderick's request to spell out the changes, what I'd like to do is note that the approach we have taken with these charters was a new look at the projects, at the needs, based on updated data, updated conversations, new conversations with the sites, and estimates that were started from scratch. And so the prices you see here, or the estimated costs you see here, are our professional opinion of what the projects would cost based on construction happening in 2 more years. So not tomorrow, but in 2 more years. So that means that these estimates do include considerable additional inflation in construction costs, which have gone up from the last time they were estimated. Also the contingencies, and then also some additionally identified scope. So let me talk a little bit about GMing. This project is phase 2, as I mentioned, of improvements to realign the old Homecraft building for the Mandarin language immersion program, and it falls under SPPS Achieves as a district-wide magnet. It's addition as well as remodeling here to address both building core deficiencies, the lack of a real kitchen, and meals have been brought into this site for, since, well, breakfast and lunch are brought in because they can't be cooked on site. Also incorporating district initiatives such as inclusive toilets. There's ventilation updates for the 1950s wing and boiler replacement. We also are improving learning space, or addressing the learning space criterion, and that is an addition that includes classrooms to address what's a good thing, which is that the retention from kindergarten through 5th grade is quite a bit above what was expected based on the other language immersion programs in the district. And so we need additional classrooms to meet the enrollment as it carries through. So the timeline for GMing is that gate check 3 would be in about 5 months, and gate check 4 would be in about a year. So it would move into construction in about a year, and construction would take about 2 years. And we anticipate the construction would be substantially complete in fall of 2024. Ramsey. The major project at Ramsey Middle School addresses many aging systems. As you know, this is about a 100-year-old building. And these include everything from site work to correct drainage issues and replace old steps and paving, to shell and structure repair, also major electrical work, major mechanical work, replacement of the ventilation system, roof drains, and plumbing. Also, new systems in the basement to take care of groundwater that gets in, and the inclusive toilets here too. And it's the matter of respect in toilets is so important at Ramsey. You know, this is a place where the partitions, the toilet stalls are chest height, which you can imagine for a middle schooler is pretty challenging. Also, I don't want to neglect remodeling to incorporate the middle school model, which will allow clusters of varied space and lots of greater flexibility for groups that would be smaller grade level groups within the school. And finally, the safe and secure and welcoming front entrance. The timing at Ramsey is a gate check 3 in about 8 months, and looking at the wrong notes, completion of design for gate check 4 in about a year and a half. And then construction will probably have about 3-year duration with completion by December of 2025. So it's about a 5-year project. Okay, next slide. I believe that's the end. Yeah, that's the end of this portion of the presentation.
Thank you, Kathy. I prior to taking questions from the board, we'll pause, but prior to the pause, I would like to invite Director Parent if you would like to add anything to directly address Director Broderick's questions regarding the change.
Sure, through the chair. Thank you, Chief Turner. Absolutely, and Kathy, thank you for putting all that detail behind the presentation. I think it is wonderful to give an overview of that work because, you know, to me, it's an opportunity to underscore Ramsey as an example of the blank page process that's gotten us to today. As I said in the beginning, looking back to 2016 ignores how we as a district have evolved over the last 5 years and how we as a district have become more sophisticated in our processes and our expectations. So, Director Broderick, I really appreciated how you framed if it's right and that's what it takes, that's the work that's worth doing, and being able to say, by taking a holistic view of the condition assessment information we presented last month, the use and utilization we presented last month, the ability to tie it into SPPS Achieves, in which we as a district have done, previously we would talk about middle school model, but we now, the transition from a junior high to a middle school and what that meant, we now have a district middle school model, and it has a very specific architectural support that can come with it. It's a great, the work that's in the charter, that's in the board book and Kathy presented, is also a great opportunity for us to demonstrate the level of investigation that goes in, the level of specificity that we're able to make to the board and to the community through the charter that says, here's precisely what we're going to do, and the level of detail that we go through it so that we can feel confident that we have responded to the specific needs of the program and the specific needs of the building to make sure that this is the investment that's right for the next generation. It really is a culmination of those different processes, the different expertise that we have internally on our facilities planning and CPD teams, as well as the supports that we get from project partners and external folks. So, for us, this is the true depiction of what the need today is for Ramsey Middle School and St. Paul Public Schools, based on where we are as an organization, building on the evolutions of the last handful of years. So again, I appreciate the opportunity to use this as a case in point about how the SPPS Build program has been built from the ground up, and would welcome additional conversation around it. So thank you for the opportunity to layer in just a little bit more.
Thank you, Director Parent. Vice Chair Vu, we're happy to take questions pause for this section. So that would be any questions around the project specific parts around Jimmy or anything around the overall 5-year plan and the other projects that we put forth with the timeline. I will also like to direct members of the board as well as Director Broderick to the pie chart. I think that was on slide 22. That does show an assortment and diversity of spending of projects, and that the SPS bill is not just about the big Jimines of the world and big Ramseys of the world. We are spending significant amount of time, energy, and resources on projects that Director Broderick has brought forth and has often reminded us and supports that he's correct, and that we can't only think about the big renovation projects and remodeling projects. We have to continue to make sure that we are strategic with our investments, our smaller investments, and making sure that those infrastructural type of things are continuing to take place and prioritize. And I hope, Director Broderick, that this pie chart helps you see that those projects will continue within SPS builds. Director or Vice Chair Vu, we're happy to take questions.
Thank you, Chief Turner. Director Ellis?
I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. So the 105, is that the amount that, I know that's a projected of what we may or may not spend, but is there a possibility that it's less than that, that these things will not be, and or they may shift in cost? And I know we talk a lot about now we will have contingencies built into things, but wondering how much this 105 million that's the average, how much we may believe that may fluctuate.
And I'll let Director Parrott start with that, and then I know Chief Sherrill wants to add anything, but Director Parrott.
Sure. Through the Vice Chair, Director Ellis. Thank you for that. I'll let Chief Sherrill speak to the idiosyncrasies of our funding streams, because they are very unique, and I think the interplay between them is complex for those of us that live in this work day in and day out. For us, that 105 on average in the next 5 years is again an average. You'll see later what we anticipate this next year, and it's significantly lower than that. And our ability to manage, because we fund our work largely incrementally year by year, being able to manage those peaks and valleys so that they stay relatively consistent, but inevitably there is some year-to-year variation between them. So, I think that's where our collaboration with our colleagues in finance go a long way towards making sure that we understanding how to revenue appropriately and the timing behind it to make sure that we've got that managed as a district. So our commitment is, as you see those numbers, they are appropriately leveraged at the gate check process, so that as we get closer to gate check 3, projects do get locked in. We are presenting conservative estimates for gate checks 2. And so being able to say that these aren't things that are going to escalate wildly. And because of the nature of our program, we do have flexibility to cash flow things slightly differently year to year. So Chief Sherrill, would you like to add anything to that?
Thanks, Tom. Through the chair, Director Ellis. What I'd add is it's important at gate check 3A, when that request of the project is presented for financing, that final comprehensive budget is presented, that it includes all of those levels of contingency in a detailed budget, so that finance can plan and present options to the board around the funding stream. So those financing options around bonds and COPs, we can plan to finance either those contingency levels at that time, or hold off and delay some of those contingency levels for a future date based upon that comprehensive budget. So that's important when that average 105 million that Director Parent was mentioning, it it comes to us in that gate check 3A by project, and we plan for financing at that point.
Okay, and then I just wanted to ask, and we may still cover this, will the capital funding structures, will those amounts vary a lot from year to year, or are they sort of in a range too?
For the chair, Director Ellis, those can vary. We are not anticipating that, but they can vary depending on our levy and what that anticipated property tax levy level is. We will be presenting a resolution at the next board meeting with some language around the funding options, and we would like to discuss that at that time, but we would like to present something around those levels, and I'll discuss a little bit of that in our next section around what we propose, at least for the upcoming year, and how we're going to finance.
Okay, thank you. And then I just had one other question, and then just sort of to wrap it up. I think from some of the things that Director Broderick has said, and then just sort of looking through the presentation, the difference and distinction between the infrastructure and renovation projects. And I think it's really important to highlight that the infrastructure projects are really important to the health and well-being of the buildings, as opposed to this is just something new that is about to happen at this building. Like this is going to be helpful in operation and you know, health and wellness for the buildings. But I feel like they're sort of, I know that we're doing a couple of projects at a time, and that makes sense. But to me, it would seem like the things that are on here, like a roof, that should be done sooner rather than later. And so just sort of wondering about how we determine when something may be happening sooner rather than later for foreseeable and unforeseeable things that could happen in between things.
Dr. Perry, would you like to?
Through the vice chair, thank you, Chief Turner. I'd actually love to turn this over to Kathy to share a little bit about how we balance all of the needs that we have in the school district using processes like our facilities condition assessment and some of those other pieces. So Kathy, if I can put you on the spot a little bit to answer that, that'd be wonderful.
I'm happy to say that we do have we've got some help for deciding things like when you do a roofing project, and that is in plans that are laid out that give us advance notice that we anticipate that a roof will last for 25 years, say. And so we can look ahead and have been able to, for this project, to say we need to spend a certain amount per year to update our roofs. And our hope is that by doing that on a regular basis, that we don't run into a situation where somebody calls and says, hey, you've got a humongous leak and this roof is totally toast and you have to replace it tomorrow. So roofs, that's what the facility condition assessment is directed at. And that's why it's very helpful to have the long-term facility maintenance funding that allows us to proactively make some of those modifications. Now, there are some systems that where we know we really should be replacing them. They are still stable, they're working, but they're not up to perhaps current standards for energy efficiency. And so those are the big ones that we want to take care of in the major infrastructure projects. Does that address the question, I hope?
Yeah.
I think the only
And
other
then
piece I
I
would.
just wanted to circle back with something that Director Parent said. I know that the board gets monthly updates about how things are, and I think that that's good. More of my concern was that if we're not talking about it publicly, then it doesn't seem like the board has oversight of what's coming down the pike and the projects that are underway and the ones that are coming. And so I think that's great that the board is getting a summary, but that information also needs to happen in our committee of the board meeting or our board meeting. So that is something that the public knows, that we are getting updates on regularly, and that this isn't something that we're not tracking, that we are tracking it and we are asking questions, and that whatever needs to change within the plan or at the gate checks, that's not just that the board knows about it, it's that the board and the community and knows about it, and we're being as transparent as possible. And so, and I know we keep saying that, but I think that there are ways that we need to continue to think about how we do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Ellis. Chair Foster?
None at this time. Thank you for the presentation.
All right, Director Broderick?
Director Broderick, you're on mute. Director Broderick, can you hear me?
Thank you, Superintendent Gothard, for bailing me out again.
Go back to the start.
My daughter says she's going to get me a coffee cup that says you're on mute. And so I apologize to everyone. Okay, the questions I'm going to ask, I think I'm going to ask of both Chief Schruel and of Director Parent, and I think they can answer them. I hope, because as I look at, for instance, two projects that will be beginning at the same time, GMIN and Ramsey, they total, well, they could total as much as $85 to $90 million, which would add up to just about 85% of a yearly budget for the St. Paul Bills. And so, and I know that cost will be spread out over money, but that still is, if we're thinking about it in terms of installment payments, we got $105 million per year. And then we got two projects that may come out to be about 85 million that are going to absorb that payment, or at least part of that payment. So what does that do for that pie chart? I've got to believe that it impacts the pie chart that Chief Turner was talking about, that was talking about the smaller projects. And I think that may include some maintenance stuff that Superintendent Gothard referenced. So how many projects have been literally already pushed back or out because of the fact that we've got projects that are absorbing so much of the total budget on any given year? And are we therefore heading toward not a, we originally talked about a 5-year plan, and then we talked 10-year plan. What I'm seeing is that we're going to wind up with a 20-year plan in the billions of dollars, which once again, this St. Paul Public School lover, we want those things for our kids. But what's the timeline? How does this work in terms of cash flow? Now I'm looking at Chief Schruel on this one. How are we going to do this and still be able to deliver to people in the communities that are anxiously waiting, who maybe, while we're building a $50 million project in one area, we may have 3 or 4 or 5 different school communities that are just patiently waiting for a $200,000 project. And if we're going to do that to them, they're not going to be happy. I never ask a short question, but take all the time you want, Director Parent. And if you can, Chief Strul, tell me if we're going to have to push projects out. Maybe you can answer that question. I don't know. Whichever one wants to go first.
Marie, I'm happy to start if you, okay. Through the Vice Chair, Director Broderick, welcome to the inevitable balancing act of any major capital program for an organization as large as ours. You've heard me talk ad nauseum around, you know, the size and the age of our district. 73 buildings, 7.5 million square feet. As you saw in last month's board book, I think the average square foot in St. Paul Public Schools dates to 1964. You know, being able to manage all that comes with managing a portfolio this large and this diverse, it takes a lot of very intelligent and very committed people, and making sure that we are able to balance all those factors that go in, so that we are being proactive in how we are dedicating funds, as Kathy mentioned earlier, anticipating when that roof is likely to reach end of life and making sure that we have the funding available there to do it. It's a balancing act. I believe you heard me talk back in 2016 about coming up with over $1 billion worth of things that our community and we wanted to be able to do, knowing full well that we would never be able to get all the way through that list in a 5 or 10 year period. So, you know, I will absolutely concur with you that everything is a balancing act and everything does involve compromise. What I appreciate about the work that Kathy and the facility planning team have done is being able to make sure that we are really focused on where those priorities are by the guidance of the school board around our criteria for prioritization, using the data that we have and we presented last month. So we are able to do things that do have real and transformational value for our students. You hit, I think, an important piece, which is some of these projects are quite large. Ramsey is going to take us 6 years from the first dollar we spend to the last, and that spreads that cost over. And I want to reinforce that the work that's happening at Ramsey is really about that investment that's going to serve that building and that community for decades. This isn't, you know, again, Director Broderick, you've heard me talk at length about not artificially separating how to create the right learning environments for how to make sure that our building portfolio is sound and represents a good investment for our community. As Kathy laid out the presentation and you saw in the charter, those two things come together in a project like Ramsey, where we're able to do core infrastructure pieces like domestic and supply piping and toilet facilities with aligning the learning environments to what a middle school model means in St. Paul today. So it is inevitably a compromise. It is inevitably things that require a lot of people to try and balance it. And ultimately, by taking the blank page approach to SPPS builds, really tries to say, let's look at our needs and our priorities and get those set forward the next 5 years so that we can make those decisions confidently, knowing that, yes, there is always work we could be doing more of, but you know, this is, I think, the best attempt to balance all of those factors in who we are and who we want to be as an organization. So, Chief Strul, can I turn it? Sorry,
before we turn it over to Chief Strul, I just want to respond, because you said that setting the priority would be the job of the school board, and you're actually right, because I just said a little while ago that the ultimate responsibility is the school board. However, the priorities that we set must be a reflection of the priorities that we are getting from our school communities. Those people that I mentioned before, teachers, coaches, staff, students, families. That's where the priorities come. And then we affirm those priorities, and then we make it happen. And so a little later on, I'm going to talk a little bit about an idea that I have for us to make sure that we can, you talked about a balancing act. Yes, we want a balancing act. We want that balancing act between these very, very wonderful projects. And I've taken tours with you, Director Parent, of some of our buildings, and I've just been so happy to see those kinds of things. But that's the glitzy, fancy part. We've also got some small projects and some maintenance kinds of things that are maybe day in and day out of more vital even, or just daily existence. And that's what I'm hearing from staff and athletic people and academics. So I'm talking a lot tonight, but I warned you ahead of time that I would. I'm sorry to cut into your time, Chief Schruel, but I am interested in how that cash flow stuff works and how many projects we have to push back in order to take care of something that has become very expensive.
Through the Vice Chair, Director Broderick, I cannot speak to how many projects have been pushed back. I will leave that to the facilities team as they have put together this the 5-year plan. What I can speak to is at which point the finance team takes the projects and puts the financing to it. And there's a strategic effort that's done at the point of gate check 3A, in which the budgets become a complete final budget, in which it is set by the district. It goes through the board. At that point, that budget is set and it does not move. So that is the point in which finance takes that budget and completes a full plan for financing. What you have before you tonight, and it's in the upcoming slides, is a couple of proposal options for financing. We are approaching gate check 3 for both Jiming and Ramsey in upcoming months. And so based on the timing of our bonds and our COPs for what we want to do for fiscal year 22, we have some proposed options. Those again will be incrementally financing these projects over time. What that means around the projects and how they're what you call pushback, that would be something that facilities or Director Parent could talk about or address. But again, we take them and finance them when they are ready in that gate check 3A process. So again, this is a plan that there's a schedule that's prepared by facilities. There's an overall budget that's scoped at a high level for the projects that, as you can see in the board book, those that are within the next few years, you can see that information. So that's all I can provide this evening. We are financing those projects, not only the 2 that are coming up that we're scheduling that we're going to be seeing bids received by next January and next fall, but also the current projects we have underway that are already being worked on in the district, such as AIM, the District Service Center, those different areas. So we have some that are underway that we're continuing to finance, and we're adding to our portfolio Jiming and Ramsey in upcoming months. So that I'll turn it back over to Vice Chair Vu.
Well, I responded to Director Parent. I I want to respond to you, Marie, or Chief Schruel. Because when we heard from the external review team, and particularly from Jacobs Consulting, what they talked about, what I saw is, or what I thought was being suggested by them, was that we would have a ongoing reconciliation between what facilities was even contemplating and deciding to do. And at that very moment of that happening, that finance would be involved. And what you seem to be describing to me is that facilities independently comes up with a plan for projects and then presents them to finance. And we're not getting that kind of ongoing reconciliation continually during the entire process. And that's what I understood that that review committee was very, very much excited about. And as all of you that have been at meetings with me over the last couple of years, I have continually said, how well are we communicating between facilities and finance? And since I'm looking at the people that are head of facilities and I'm looking at the chief of finance, can you answer me that simple question? How good are we doing on that? Because that was, I think, one of the most important components that came out of that review. They said we need to work together better. How good are we doing? Or how well are we doing? And Director Parent or Chief Schruel, give a perplexed board member an answer.
Go ahead, Tom, and then
Sure.
I'll.
Thank you. Sorry. Looking for non-verbal cues there. Through the Vice Chair, Director Broderick, thank you for that. Finance is our most critical partner in pulling off a capital program. This is highly complex work that we do, and having a strong partnership is critical to its success. For me, it's interesting as you talk about this. I think certainly recognizing the roles that each department plays in developing a capital program like this is important. I certainly would not turn to Chief Schruel to do a roof assessment, whereas she would certainly not turn to me to do a financing strategy around a levy issuance, or excuse me, a bond issuance. So I think for us having bi-weekly touch-ins in which we do share information and share cash flow and revenue strategies is critically important. There are, as you see in the line-by-line summary of the external recommendations, there's still work that's in progress to make sure that our systems are talking to each other and automated and how they communicate. That is going to be a continuous improvement process for us. So I appreciate the work of the finance team and believe that, again, the district is well served by the relationship that we have. Chief Schruel, I don't know if you want to add any more.
Director Broderick, I think what I will add is we've definitely had meetings every other week, and I think we will continue to have those in understanding the roles that each other plays within each department. And I think it's refining processes and understanding that a cash flow schedule upfront really means having that in place in advance to issue bonds is critical. And not to mention on the other ends, having those understandings of which budgets finance what. So I think it's that information sharing is key. Will finance go out and work with the construction management firms to scope projects? No, that's not part of a finance role. That's that's the role of facilities to work on the overall SPPS builds plan, to build that comprehensive budget. That is in essence presenting that to finance. That's where gate check 3 comes into play. But overall, that information sharing and keeping each other, each department in line, and continuing that. There are areas that still have work to be, it's all a work in progress. And you had that information and update.
One thing that I've been perplexed by over the last few years, and that is sometimes when we see requests for proposals for cash for us in the consent agenda, and they're coming from facilities, and in one of the bullet points, it may have been approved by the purchasing agent, but I was under the impression that all of that kind of thing, according to what the recommendation had come from the review committee, was that we would be seeing those things submitted by both facilities and finance, which would indicate that these expenditures or cost overruns or whatever had been discussed between facilities and finance, so that both finance and facilities could sign off on the bottom of a consent agenda item, because as my understanding is that the purchasing agent is simply kind of the tire kicker in terms of making sure that the actual deal is done correctly in terms of spending the money. But I'm not sure that I'm feeling confident that finance has said, yeah, this money needed to be spent, we okay it. I don't see that on the bottom of consent agenda items, and that's always perplexed me. And maybe maybe one of the administrators or even Consul Chuck Long could help me in terms of whether I'm making a mountain out of a molehill.
Through the vice chair, Director Broderick, can I ask a clarifying question just to make sure I'm tracking the question at hand? I believe what you're referring to are our fiscal year blanket purchase orders that we use with vendors. We multiple times throughout the year will come to you to approve a relationship with an outside vendor to do programmatic work or a thing.
Well, I'm not talking about when you make a contract with someone. I'm talking about, for instance, at the last board meeting, consent agenda E3 talked about purchase orders, and we were looking at a series of purchase orders that had actually doubled in terms of what the original money was going to be involved. And it wasn't all necessarily tied in directly with St. Paul Builds, formerly known as Facilities Master Plan. But it was a considerable amount of money. And the only thing that I saw where finance could have been involved in that is in that the purchasing agent had okayed the process of the actual transaction. But I think what we need on that is not someone approving a transaction. We need our financial officer to say, you just doubled this amount of money. It's a hell of a lot of money. That's okay. And then when I look at that consent agenda item, I say, okay. Because that's what the review team and particularly Jacobs Consulting Firm emphasized so much, that we were not doing that kind of reconciling between the two departments. And so I hate to just go back at you folks that I'm looking at on the screen, but I think this is crucial. This is key. And I think this is the kind of thing that I heard on October 2019. And my expectation at that time was that we were going to work very, very closely with Jacobs Consulting Firm. And they were going to be an ongoing partner. And my gut feeling right now is that we're not using them even though we contracted them. If we contracted them, and why not use them?
Through the vice chair, I just wanted to make a couple comments to Director Broderick's questions, and not quite sure where to go with this Director Broderick because you've asked a number of different things, but let me take a couple of things that, and so the comment about the purchase orders in 3 or on the consent agenda last is, I want to make it clear that it has nothing to do, you're right, with SBS builds. And in fact, most of those consent items that you see come that have a significant amount of resources attached with being in their money. You will notice also that it says respectively submitted by Chief Financial Officer Marie Scholl, and in this case, respectively submitted by Chief Turner or Jackie Turner, Chief Operations Officer, which means that we both did sign off on those, which means that we both know, I know what those supplies are going to be used for, and I therefore signed off on and believe that we need them. Chief Marie Scholl signs off on the funding of them, and in those particular ones, you may recall that the resources that were going to be used was actually money that we had in relation to the COVID relief funds. And you might also recall that those were coming to the board because we did have unexpected expenses, significant unexpected expenses with COVID. And a number of those expenses specifically went to the additional costs and to purchase masks. We didn't initially, when we had those initial contracts with those particular vendors, we did not know COVID was going to happen. We did not know that we were going to need masks. We did not know that we were going to need additional filtering systems. So we contracted with those, if you may remember, a year ago. And so we were coming before the board to ask for permission to extend those particular contracts, those particular purchase orders, so that we could buy the needed filters, so that we could buy the mask and the other PPE that the district needed. And so that was a pre-ask to know that we initially were planning to spend, I think it was $175,000, but we needed to more than double those particular. So each one of those items that you see in the consent agenda around that, I mainly wanted to say those are being approved by the chief officer of that particular department, and then they always get approved by the chief financial officer. I think Director Parent, did you have something you want to add with that?
Well, if I just might interject before before Director Parent, because you mentioned that this could be COVID funding, and my understanding is that our financial department has been charged with the oversight of the COVID funding. And so therefore, that's one of the reasons why on that E3 last month in the consent agenda, I was rather surprised that I didn't see the financial department signing off on that particular consent agenda, because I was under the impression that COVID funding was charged to the financial department to do that kind of thing.
I think Chief Roll, and then I'll go to Director Parent. Did you want to make a clarification, Chief Roll, about that?
Through the Vice Chair, Director Broderick, I believe that sometimes there is board agenda item routing that doesn't necessarily get to sometimes different departments necessary. And we're still working as a team to work through the different areas that need to see different things. That was one of the recommendations, not only for the review. There are some things along with even like the change orders and things like that that still need to be worked out. They're in progress. Again, with the COVID relief funds, sometimes people don't even realize when they need the additional request that goes to the board. But as far as the board agenda items, sometimes departments mistakenly think that purchasing, is the route. Even though they are under finance, there's another layer there, which is a fiscal sign off of a budget. So yes, we are still working through those areas and continue to remind departments to also submit that through the finance department.
And my understanding with these COVID funds, that there's an awful lot of red tape and regulations that have to be done, and not only done, but done in a timely manner. And my understanding would be, and I don't know this, but my guess would be that there's somebody on your staff that's doing all of that work. And then of course, needless to say, we also are always under a pressure, no matter whether we're buying something using federal funds or whether we're using it out of our own general fund or whether somebody donated us some money. Those vendors are expecting to be paid. And so consequently, if there is this time problem, I think that's, I guess I'm sounding like a broken record. I think coordination between finance and facilities is key. And once again, we heard that loud and clear on the meeting on October 2019.
All right.
We're prepared to move on throughout the presentation. Vice Chair.
Okay. Let's do that. Director Allen?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Director Cobb?
Oh, there we go. I have a couple questions. So I appreciate the background from my colleagues who've kind of gone through some of this in the past. I appreciate hearing the concern about how we're doing things, how we're communicating things. One thing that I'm interested in terms of I'm thinking specifically of the middle school model, just as an example. I'm really, I think I said before, I'm really excited about the middle school model. I've taught in that model and I understand how configuring the space in a particular way can really enhance instruction. One thing I think about is if the space is configured in a particular way, and I know maybe if I'm getting a little bit too far ahead, you can tell me that too, but thinking about having a commitment to this design space is not the same thing as having that the long-term commitment to the middle school model. And that doesn't mean that right now as a team that we don't have that commitment, but things change. And so will that space work, if something changes, and the example I use is companies that go to the open floor plan and invest a lot of money in the open floor plan and then decide they need walls or something. And so I'm just thinking how are we thinking about that? This is a long way around to asking, how are we thinking about what can be a very cool and meaningful space, but that also has longevity? Is that, I hope some words all together there made some sense.
Through the vice chair, maybe I'd welcome Kathy to do to respond to that, and I'll layer in some specific ways that we see this in St. Paul Public Schools as well.
Great. I would like to say that having worked on both sides of the design team, owner side and architect side, I can say that one of the things that we are always trying to do is a both and. How can this be both middle school model appropriate and appropriate for other learning organizations? And it might be something as simple as can we look at this so that you could both run a department out of these spaces as well as a middle school model out of these spaces, and building in flexibility so that none of the kind of divisions are so rigid that they can't be flexed one way or another. So I think I can assure you that the design team will be given direction to maintain flexibility and be thinking about multiple ways of organization.
Thank you for that, Kathy. And I think the piece I would layer in as well is this, what I love about this conversation is that it's actually the mutual reinforcing of sort of the idea of 21st century learning that our community helped create around the vision principles and standards of space for personalized learning, flexible space, space for individual, small group, and large group types of instruction. It aligns with academically where we're going in so many ways, and to see those two conversations really build on each other, I think is wonderful. I think for us, I always want to reinforce the power of great design and the ability of design to speak to the aspiration without being so rigid so as to lock you into a specific thing. Education will always evolve, and we will always be thinking about how do we connect with students differently and better, but with the right sort of kit of parts and understanding as we do it now, as we're going to have it now. We're teeing up generations where they'll be able to adapt and incorporate those spaces differently. I wanted to give the example of ESTEM. You know, the district built Crosswinds about 20 years ago, and it's one of the best middle school model buildings that we have. It is really adapted to how we teach today. And we knew it 20 years ago, and we live in that space differently now, but it still really supports what we believe to be academically. So being able to have those robust design conversations that live up to our ideals, that's really ultimately the long-term flexibility that helps us make sure we can adapt to where educational models change over time.
I appreciate those responses, because when we're talking about the amount of money we're talking about, I think we all want it to be, we don't want it to be obsolete, you know, in a certain amount of time where we say, oh, great, now, you know, what do I do with all these cassette tapes or something? I don't know. Not that I have that. I don't have any. Well, I do still. But anyway, but like to have, and so that's to think about different ways it can be used, different types of programming, different, you know, I know grade configurations get different, you know, but still, like that's good to hear. And my other question is just a little bit around the Envision SPPS work. So obviously, that's kind of running on a parallel track with SPPS builds, and the idea, again, kind of that investing in the spaces we're going to use and need for the future. And I guess, and this might be maybe a question for a different time, but like I'm trying to see kind of in my mind that parallel track of SPPS builds and Envision SPPS and where they meet up for decision making in the future.
Through the chair, Director Kopp, I think I can answer your question. So with the Envision SPPS, we do plan to incorporate the interline time in. In fact, that you will hear at the next update with Envision SPPS, we plan to review the first recommendations from the work groups this late this spring, early summer, that the core team will then take that data and information that we're receiving from those work groups and turn those into what we might believe to be first scenarios that we can review with the board and the superintendent for ultimately a recommendation from the superintendent that would not come for the fall, obviously, of 21, but for at the earliest fall of 22. That is going to, those recommendations are going to align with SPPS builds. And you may recall where Kathy mentioned that we're going to leave in the neighborhood of about $30 million in flux, if you will, for some of those modifications that may need to be made to align with Envision SPPS. In some cases, it may be repurposing schools, or it may be maybe increasing the capacity at some certain buildings, maybe shifting things around based on geographic needs or programming needs. But that all will come together within the next 6 months. I think the board, as well as the community, will see that structure come together. They're definitely not running parallel. They're running more together.
That's great. I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Kopp. I have a question, and I appreciate my colleagues asking all these, coming at this from different points of views. I'm kind of coming at it from a different point of view. I find it I'm struggling between knowing that I have to look at this as being a steward of these long-term projects, but still have to take into consideration that the students and the families and the teachers at the schools have to work there now. It's not like we're taking a pause and we're just constructing the building. And my question is really pertains to, you know, with projects taking as long as they do, Ramsey, for example, is going to take 2 to 4 years, and that's a middle school. So you know, you're not going to spend more than 3 years there if you're a student or a parent. If you're a teacher, maybe you spend some more time there, maybe you don't. But you know, in what ways do the current students and families and staff and administration provide feedback from what they're experiencing in those buildings while the projects are ongoing? And how do we use that feedback to inform future projects going forward?
Through the vice chair, well, Vice Chair Fu, sorry. It's a great question. You know, one of the things that I'd love to do is actually have you sit down with a member of our capital project delivery team to talk about how projects are run. What's the way that we engage a school community during the design process so that we are tailoring that solution for the individual program in that individual building with that individual community. So, you know, what is our stakeholder process? Because design is where we see the greatest input. Design is where you see the opportunity to make change. You know, how do we take that and then build it into a project plan that looks at phasing and mechanical systems and making sure people can come in and out of a site safely, and we don't have construction crossing paths with students. It is a highly choreographed process for us. Well, they'll be the first to tell you I'm the one pushing them to say, okay, how do we get more efficient? How do we shrink down that construction time, because time is money, and on a project the size of, you know, a Ramsey, or that's a, you know, a year different in construction can mean $1 million in inflation costs. So how are we pushing those things down? And what are the things we need to be doing? You know, being able to really have that develop into a communicated plan with the principal and the teachers to say, we know we're going to inconvenience you. Let's talk about how we're going to do it. What's the relocation within the building to make this work possible? What are the sacrifices we're asking you to make? And how can you feel confident that you're going to walk out of this with something that is transformative for your school for the long term? It is a constant conversation amongst our teams and the sites that we work with, because it is such important work, and we are a unique place in that we only get the 10 weeks of summer to do really significant large-scale construction without students and staff in the building, and that's a real logistical challenge. So what you'll see in the project charter, as well as when we come back to Gate Check 3, is an ever-increasing level of specificity around that schedule. Some overt discussions about, can we fast-track construction by relocating parts of the program or setting up temporary facilities to make sure that we have more of the building to work in at a time. Those are the pieces that come with sort of that ever-increasing granularity in the study. So I'd love for you maybe to arrange a time for you to meet with a member of our capital project delivery team so that you can see how that played out at a project like American Indian Magnet, which is enormously complex and 4 years worth of construction, but ultimately something that's going to really transform that learning community. So.
Thank you, Tom. I appreciate that answer. So, Superintendent Gothard, would you like to provide any closing remarks?
I just want to be sure we're closing out the discussion. Were there any other?
I think we wanted to, thank you, Superintendent, wanted to allow Chief Fu to just close us out with the overall finance strategy. And then we'll just talk a little bit about what's expected to come next, and then Dr. Gothard can close out.
I hate to interject, but I've got one more quick question and a comment. First of all, I'd like to thank Director Kopp for, and she was certainly this was so pertinent because Envision SPPS was referred to even in Dr. Gothard's opening remarks tonight about how that's going to be a big factor in terms of determining what this St. Paul Bills is going to look like over a long period of time. And I would like to have an idea in terms of just exactly when we expect, and I think you answered most of this, Chief Turner, and I thank you for that. But what I'd really like to know is how soon can we expect what we are deciding Envision SPPS is going to really be, and how that will impact our building program. Even something as simple as either, and I hesitate to talk about the prospect of closing a school, but obviously that could be a factor. I've been involved in the closing of schools. It's very emotional. But when are we going to expect that Envision SPPS is really going to be telling us what we should be doing? How soon will that happen?
Thank you.
I don't think they're on a parallel path right now. I think Envision SPPS is, well, I don't know. I better stop talking. Chief Turner, help me out.
Thank you. So through the Vice Chair, this board should expect to see some recommendations that they will need to take action on in the fall of 21 that will take place in the fall of 22. So I'm glad to hear that there's excitement around that. We are going to, as we have said before, Envision SPPS will be based on data, and that we are going to let the data lead us to decisions and recommendations. And it's premature for me to anticipate what that might be, as the work groups are not finished with their findings. They are preparing those, and you may recall in January, we came to this board and asked for permission to extend the Envision SPPS timeline and to basically put it out additional year as a result of COVID and some other factors that we brought forward. But we will be bringing forth recommendations and findings over the latter part of the spring and summer, and turning those into scenarios to present to the superintendent, and ultimately recommendations to present to this board for beginning fall of 22.
And you're absolutely right, Chief Turner. When Envision SPPS becomes public, so to speak, that it will generate a lot of excitement, and some of it will be negative excitement. We know that, and I've been around long enough to know that. Just one last question, and it kind of goes along with our concern about how Envision SPPS is going to impact our St. Paul Bills. And you don't have to talk at length about this, but what would you say are the biggest risk and concerns that we will need to mitigate going into this 5 and now 10-year plan? In other words, the Envision SPPS is going to be a big factor, but what other kinds of things? For instance, how are we computing our enrollment figures with our building plans?
Student Vice Chair, so that type of thing is happening. The facilities team is actually a specific work group. You might recall that when we presented Envision SPPS back in January, we talked about how we're going to be using the facilities condition assessments. We're going to be using the overall capacity of the buildings to be able to make those determinations. In fact, if I can be so blunt, is that we, Envision SPPS, we also, how we're aligning the Director of Project and others is, for instance, that the building that you have before you tonight, G-Ming and Ramsey, we know that those particular buildings, regardless of what Envision SPPS says, we know that G-Ming building is the district's largest open enrollment. And we know that Envision SPPS, one of the data points that we'll be looking at is both capacity and alignment. And we said that that was one of the goals. We want to be able to align enrollment with capacity, and those two should align. And in G-Ming's case, it did not. We actually had significantly more requests than we had the capacity, which is why they came up on a priority list to align resources there. And we know that based on the data that we continue to need to create that capacity so that they have enough space to be able to continue to allow 4 sections of kindergarten in that building. We, based on the data, we do not anticipate a significantly negative change in the enrollment there. While we did see some enrollment fluctuations this year with COVID, we do anticipate G-Ming to still be a open enrollment draw, to be a draw towards one of our leading emerging programs. Therefore, we felt it was continued to be a good use of resources for SPPS builds. Similarly, with Ramsey Middle School, we know that with all of the work around the middle school model, that we are beginning to maintain and see some enrollment stability with our middle school, that our middle school families are beginning to see coming back to St. Paul Public Schools as a benefit and want to be a part of the middle school model. We also know that in the neighborhood where Ramsey is, it's one of our largest draws of middle school students. So there are certain buildings, we know that middle schools and high schools are continued to be a draw in St. Paul Public Schools. So regardless of what happens with the Envision SPPS, those 2 particular buildings, we believe that we would continue to come out in a priority fashion for SPPS bills. Similarly, it's why you see a pause on Obama. That was something that we particularly said we're going to pause and let the Envision SPPS truly carry itself out and allow the recommendations. So I guess what I want to say is I want this board as well as this community to know that we are being diligent with our recommendations, we're being strategic with our decisions, and we are aligning both of those processes. This administration will not be bringing forth a recommendation to the superintendent that is in direct opposition of either SPPS builds or Envision SPPS. So I encourage the board to work with us and be patient, but sooner than you think, you will be looking at recommendations to take action on the future of schools. I see Superintendent Gothard perk up. Did you want to add anything?
Just in response to Chief Turner, because thank you very much, and that answered a lot of what I had just asked. But as usual, when someone gives such a good answer as you just did, it makes me think of something else. And I just very, very quickly, because I earlier in the discussion, facilities said that Ramsey may very well be the building that is one of the oldest and one of the ones that's in the most need of repair. In fact, they may even have listed it as #1 needy building. I would suggest that there are other buildings around town that are pretty close seconds to Ramsey, and some of those are servicing some of our historically underserved students. And so I think that as we make decisions in terms of SPPS, Envision SPPS, in terms of other things, enrollment, we also make sure that we do not at all present any suggestion of inequity in terms of who's getting what. And believe you me, I'm putting my hand on my heart. I would never suggest that any of us would do, that anybody that I'm looking at right now would even think about doing that. However, there is always that perception, and that will be, I think, part of our challenge as we move forward over the next 4 or 5 years. Well, I should say as you folks move forward over the next 4 or 5 years, because I'm going to be in the French Riviera in a big villa and just soaking up sunshine. Thank you very much for being so indulgent with me, Chief Turner.
You're welcome. So I will turn this portion of the presentation over to Chief Schuler so she can discuss the funding strategies. And Sarah, if you wouldn't take us to slide, I'm going to forget the number.
So
thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. So to finish out our presentation this evening, what are we doing? The financing requirements require a series of different steps. The 5-year plan, that includes the master schedule and a master program budget. So that was one of the recommendations. Again, it's referenced in the external review. The second piece of that would be any of the projects that are approaching that gate check 1A are in that approved 5-year plan. We are not going to finance a project that hasn't been approved in the plan, basically that you're seeing tonight. That list of projects. There's not going to be one that's added in without the board approving that. Projects that are approaching gate check 3A will require that final comprehensive budget. That's including all the details there in order for financing to be secured. And that financing could be over multi-years. That's currently how the district has strategized. Project funding must be identified in advance. We don't normally finance projects until they get right to that level of gate check 3A. So there must be funding identified in advance for gate checks 1 through 3. So in that design, currently, if Ximing and Ramsey are incurring design costs, that schematic design, those costs need to be identified, and a budget needs to be identified for that, because that financing isn't going to take place until close to that gate check 3A. And then also financing levels right now are currently based on our annual property tax levy, and that's approved by the board. You just recently approved our levy back in December, setting those levels. The board and the Minnesota Department of Education approval may be needed for new or additional project funding. So a couple examples there could be we may have an addition to our achievement and integration plan. A school will be added. There may be a long-term facility maintenance plan that will need revision in order for us to issue LTFM bonds. That's a new area. We'll need to have a revision done on our application. So those are financing requirements and approvals that will come independently of what you're seeing this evening. Next slide, Sarah. So again, just to remind everyone where we're at, the current levels. We currently are at 28 million and 70 million. That can be a combination of the long-term facility maintenance bonds and certificates of participation. We had been utilizing the certificates of participation, and then capital bonds. That's our current funding structure. That's what high level we've been utilizing as our baseline. It's been wavering up and down a few $1 million. We're planning on issuing a little bit less in this current fiscal year due to the project nature and what we had planned in our levy. And then based on what we're seeing as levels, that average funding for at least the next year or two is looking in that range, what you'll see on our next slide. So financing options for fiscal year 21-22. So what we're looking to put in front of you in the next month in bond sale, in addition to our certificates of participation and our capital bonds, and possibly proposing long-term facility maintenance bonds, which will be new to the district. You'll see a couple options here that have just minor areas that are different, and I'll highlight those in the options. So capital bonds are the same for both options. What's different is the certificates of participation just slightly vary due to a couple reasons. Option 1, we would partially finance Jiming and Ramsey and the current projects that we have on schedule that are underway. Option 2 finances Ramsey and delays Jiming until January. And that is just because of the project schedule that we're currently looking at for reviewing. It's also allowing the district to get that final approval and having Jiming be part of the MDE achievement and integration plan. There are certain approvals that the district needs to seek in order to get that certificates of participation and issue those. The timing in order to set sail to sell our certificates would need to be no later than April in order to get all of the activity within the fiscal year, which is in June. And so allowing that financing to happen in January is still in plenty of time for both of these projects that don't appear to have that construction starting until at least after January of next year, and for Ramsey, November. So we have plenty of time to strategize on the financing. The third area here is the long-term facility maintenance, that pay-go levy, which is already within our levy. It was approved. So that funding is set. That's again for our deferred maintenance. And then the last financing piece that just, again, varies a little bit is the long-term facility maintenance bonds, which again on option 1 is a little less, because what we would do is then in delaying Jiming in option 2, we would increase that ability to have a little bit more for the deferred maintenance in option 2. You can see the bottom lines are both the same. That is what we're anticipating as a district to finance for our upcoming next year. Again, as the district, as we get additional information at that point of gate check 3, we will have more financing structures and information. Right now, we don't have the scheduling out into the future. We have some ranges that we are working with Baker Tilly on. We have that average range, as Director Parent mentioned, of 105 million, and we do have the estimated timing of projects. But again, until gate check 3 is completed for financing, that's when we take these and like I say, run with them and complete that strategic financing. And so what we have before you is what we are considering in the finance department as the option to bring forward to you on March 23rd. What that'll entail in April is actually setting the sale for the bonds and certificates at that time. So there's a lot of work to do between now and not only March 23rd, but April, and getting that financing in place. Once the board would approve the plan that's in place, which would include Jiming and Ramsey. So with that, I am going to turn the presentation back over. And I think I will turn it over to Chief Turner. I think we have one final slide on next steps, and then open it up for any final questions.
Thank you, Chief Cheryl. And Chief Cheryl really reviewed. Really the next steps, the only one I'll add and just remind the board tonight was not action. It was information purposes only, and discussion and questions. And so we hope that we provided you the information that you need to think about, research more, ask yourself more questions, and be prepared on March 23rd to hear administration's recommendation to accept the approval of the SPPS Build's 5-year plan, which again is the Gate Point Check 1, which is approving the program itself, SPPS Builds. We also plan to bring forth you the funding and resolution for the overall capital program, that specific strategy that Chief Cheryl talked about. We plan to bring to you Gate Point Check 2, specifically for Ramsey and Jiming. That would be the actual approval of their particular project charter. And then Marie also discussed in the future, later this spring, you will see how we plan to bring forth the recommendation resolution around the sale of the bonds and any LTFM revisions that may need to be made. That will likely happen early summer, late spring, early summer. And with that, I would actually like to turn it over to Superintendent Gothard to provide any closing remarks, or we can entertain any final.
Are we going to have an opportunity to ask a couple more questions?
Vice Chair.
Yeah, we can do that. We could do that.
Thank you, Vice Chair Vu.
Director Ellis, would you like to ask any questions?
I don't want to jump ahead because I think Director Ellis is first and then Foster.
Director Ellis, did you have any questions?
No questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ellis. Chair Foster?
No questions at this time. Thank you all.
All right, Director Broderick.
My question is simply procedural. It looks like we are going to be we're going to be asked on March 23rd to approve a Gate Check 1, and in terms of G-Min and Ramsey, Gate Check 2. And I've been talking an awful lot, so I'm going to actually just ask my board members if they would respond to me. Are they feeling right now like they would be ready to do that on March 23rd? Number one. And if they are, that's fine. If they are still uneasy, do they have any ideas of what we as a board could do between now and March 23rd so that we feel more confident when we come into the regular board meeting and make this momentous decision to start out on about $1 million, $100 million. So could I hear from my other board members, and I'll try to be quiet for a while.
Sure, Director Broderick. I guess we can start with Director Allen. Did you want to respond to Director Broderick?
I think that I'm ready, but there was a slide that I had a question about. It was when they were talking about, postponing Jiming until January 22. Who makes that decision? It was like the two different scenarios we can work on them both at the same time, or we can postpone one. Is that decision going to be made by March 23rd? And then who makes that decision?
Through the vice chair, Director Allen, that's more on the financing structure to support the project. And the financing would not impact the project timeline at all. The project timeline would still stay where it is, pending state approval. So again, these are just options around financing. We're well in advance of when the projects would start right now for any of the financing options. So these, again, just to clarify, these are just for financing purposes to get the funds in hand.
So I can tell you, Director Broderick, I wouldn't be necessarily ready to vote today, but I think in the next couple of weeks, some of the things that are, you know, I have small questions, maybe visiting a site like Jiming, I would like to visit that, and then just kind of processing some of the things for me. I think I'll probably be ready on the 23rd, though.
Thank you very much, Director Allen, and I know I'm turning this into a conversation, and it's a conversation that seems to be getting dominated by me, and I apologize for that. But I think the question then would be of administration. How can Director Allen or Director Broderick or anyone else get additional information, and how will you be able to provide that to us so that we can make a more informed decision on the 23rd? Because I don't feel confident right now to make it to say that which way I would vote on the 23rd without knowing more. And I think we've used various mechanisms to get information to us, and maybe administration has some ideas.
All right, Director Kopp, do you have any questions, and did you want to respond to Director Broderick's question?
Thank you. I don't have additional questions, and I want to thank Chief Turner, Director Parent, Chief Truel, and Kathy Wallace for their time and answering our questions tonight and the presentation. Director Broderick, my experience with, as we started on this journey last month with I think we had some opportunities in small groups to ask some questions, and then I was able to request and receive a little bit of additional time with members of the facilities team with some kind of deep in the weeds questions that I had, and I found that really beneficial to answering some of the questions I had at the beginning of this discussion I think it was last month. I'm losing track of the months, but I think it was last month. And at this time, with this information, and yeah, as you know, Director Allen said, I think there's a couple things I want to look at, but I feel really excited about this project, and I feel confident moving forward in March. March 23rd, I should say. It is March, so in a couple of weeks, yes.
All right, thank you for that, Director Kopp. Director Ellis, did you want to respond to Director Broderick's question?
I spent quite a bit of time with folks in facilities yesterday, prior to or right after the board book went out on Thursday, just because I had a lot of questions. I'm actually, I think because I had that time and asked all the questions that I needed to, and then had some follow-up today in this meeting, I'd be ready to move forward on March 23rd. There are some additional questions that I have after seeing the presentation as well, just some more follow-up to the things that I asked, but I'm pretty sure that those questions will get answered. So I don't have any hesitation at this point.
Thank you for that response, Director Ellis. Chair Foster, did you want to respond to Director Broderick?
Director Roberts, similarly, we've been walking through this for a minute here, so I've had opportunities. All my questions have been asked and answered for the most part. Any little twiddlings, I will reach out to folks as needed, but I will be prepared on March 23rd to move forward with this.
Thank you, Chair Foster. I don't have any questions remaining to answer Director Broderick's question. My only concerns at this point is this is such a broad and huge project that I want to make sure that ongoing communication is continuing to happen, particularly to your point, Director Broderick, between finance, facilities, but then again to the people who are in those buildings and going through the construction of those buildings. So that's really where my concern is coming from. I feel like these gate checks have been an improvement from what I've read of the report that you mentioned of. I think that these pauses for discussion offer a great opportunity for us to reflect and ask questions that I think the public might want to hear. And going forward, I wouldn't be ready to make a decision right now, but going forward up to the 23rd, it would allow me a little bit more time to think about my concerns and possibly have it answered by someone like Tom Parent.
If I might just ask one last thing, and that is, my concern still remains that as we have certain projects sort of taking a major share out of the yearly budget, will we be able to see a graphic that will show us the queue that gives us an idea of what projects and in what order they are going to be? Because I am still very, very concerned about projects that are being pushed back and projects that may be pushed back almost indefinitely, and that we're going to have a lot of disappointed people across the district. And as I say that, I know I continually contradict myself because I'm all in favor of having wonderful facilities and expensive facilities. But I also want to have an idea of when are we going to be able to deliver the greater good for the greater amount of our communities. And I'd like to see something about that between now and the 23rd. I personally would be more than willing, if you want to schedule me personally, maybe you can, maybe I'm easier to handle by myself. You want to schedule me to come in and talk, I'll do so, but right now I'm personally not ready for the 23rd.
Vice Chair Vu.
Yes, Chief Baker.
Thanks. I just wanted to, I think the question was asked on administration and getting information out. It seems like what has worked well are, I think Director Broderick kind of hinted at it, individual meetings, so we go a little bit deeper. So we can do that on our side. We'll work on those. We can also connect with other board members before the 23rd if you have additional questions. So I'll work with Chief Turner and Facilities and Finance to work in getting meetings set up, so you will have the information you need to be prepared for the 23rd, because we want you to feel comfortable before you vote.
Thank you very much.
All right, so I think at this point we can go to Superintendent Gothard for any closing remarks.
Great, thank you very much. And team, I appreciate your patience and understanding tonight as we go through this. Again, inherited the former project known as FMP when I arrived here, and remember touring those early sites with Director Parent and others, and asking a lot of questions. It was a lot of work. I had been part of singular projects and many smaller ones, but to have major projects going on the size of the ones that we did and continue to have is no small undertaking at all. And through that, found the need very much for us to refine the way that we do business, both in how we communicate, how we plan, from everything. And there was a lot of really good work to build on, which was great. We didn't have to design this out of thin air. And what we bring to you tonight is very much the same. It isn't as though the plan was thrown away. The plan was made better. And the plan was really made to align our strategic plan, our mission, with where we see St. Paul Public Schools of the future. And with that, I think one of the difficulties here has been to manage expectations. And if this last year hasn't at all kind of caused all of us pause with what the future of education looks like, this is one of those years. And I definitely think that I believe Chief Turner was alluding to the fact that with enrollment at Jiming and with Ramsey really being kind of a main center hub, middle school model building, a lot of great tradition there. You know, we feel confident with those projects. The bulk of the other money is a lot of the deferred maintenance work that we're doing and some of the smaller projects. It really is. And even, you know, Ramsey and Jiming, I mean, those projects are far way out. So we do have the need for there to be board approval for us to keep these going. I mean, for us to, if you want us to consider pausing or coming back, there could be consequence there as well in terms of the costs, and, you know, the amount that we're thinking about right now could become more, you know, if we bring these back into the fold in the future. And we will have to go back to consider with the available funding if there are other projects that are even ready. You know, so it's almost to start from scratch. The momentum of a project or of a plan like this, you know, really builds on a sequence that's important. And it isn't just one sequence. It isn't just big projects like Ramsey. It's all the little ones too that were referenced tonight, and how they fit in with their funding streams, how they fit in to a 10-year facilities maintenance plan on roofs and parking lots and all that good stuff that you have to take care of when you have a portfolio the size of SPPS. So there really is a lot of planning. These are big dollar amounts. And, you know, I also know that our community really, you know, deserves to have facilities that they're proud of. And I think all of us would agree that following the work that's been done on our buildings, there is a great sense of pride, newfound pride in those buildings. There's also a lot of work for us to do in general. You know, SPPS Achieves isn't by itself going to create the kind of learning expectations that we want for all students and opportunities we want for all staff in the building. So it isn't as though a new building is going to create magic and make all that happen. You know, it's one piece of what we're trying to create as a comprehensive district that can truly serve the individual unique needs of our students, can be a choice district for residents who live here in St. Paul, and that can continue to be a place that attracts students and families for the great many things that our district offers. I think people continue to be shocked and surprised when they learn about the depths of what St. Paul Public Schools offers. You know, they really do. I think school districts can be judged on many things, and many times I think emphasis is placed in areas of ours that might be true, but not enough is placed on some of the excellent work that we do. And we try to highlight that. But when you think about Envision SPPS, SPPS Builds, and SPPS Achieves, I mean, those are three very large strategic missions, strategic efforts that I am trying to support with your support as the board, and with our community, for us to really, truly aspire for excellence and have some plans and some teeth to get that work done. So it's important to me that you ask thoughtful, thorough questions. I very much, you know, we need to have this conversation in public so that everyone understands what we're agreeing to, and the checks that we have in place to ensure that there's accountability for us to get there. And we take that very serious. I would not have this plan presented to you tonight if I didn't feel confident that we could deliver on that to you, the board, and obviously to our community as well. Director Vu, I wanted to address one thing very quickly. I wrote it down, but I want to make sure I said this. Your question about occupied construction sites, not a superintendent or a principal or a parent or a teacher's or student's, you know, most favorite phrase. It can be very difficult. What I'll share with you is, you know, coming to SPPS kind of early on in the FMP at the time, I took a lot of pride in how principals who were further ahead really served as that group ahead principal for other principals who were just entering the process. And I think we really built a lot of great collegiality around that. And I think what, you know, those building principals that have been through these major, you know, renovations are able to be a great source of knowledge and support for their colleagues who might be new to the building, might be brand new to their first construction project. and might be new to our process. So I do want you to know that I do think we have a lot of great institutional knowledge within who have now been through this for a few years that can serve as a really good guide for us in moving forward. So I want to thank our team. This has not been easy. I mean, as you can imagine, with everything we're talking about right now for this lane of our district, SPPS builds to take center stage, amongst all the other competing interests that we have right now. It's been a real strain on everyone. And of course, to do this work, virtually for the most part, has some complications, also has some, some good things out of it as well. I think lastly, we're all in a different place in our community in terms of engagement. And I know one thing about our community, and I think I heard in themes tonight from you all, and making sure that this is the people's plan, the plan of the people. And it's important to us as we move forward, so we can make sure that people do feel a part of this. And as it relates to equity and how we spread out the timing of projects is really important. That geographical map kind of depicting the various levels of projects is one important, aspect of it. But there are still individuals within communities, within schools that are just as important as what's depicted on that map. And that's really important to us as well. So I really feel like our team will make ourselves accessible to you, members of the board. And I want you to feel comfortable with your decision on the 23rd. And if that decision is that there is the need for us to take time and find, other ways to come back to you, what I would ask specifically from you is very specific direction. Because as I said to you, this work is not done in one stream. This is managing dozens of work sequences that really build on one another. And I know you also expect me to be efficient in the work that we're bringing to you. And for me to do that, our team, I need to be able to give direction to those teams so that all that pre-work that they're doing, even in bringing this presentation to you, is really put to the test and giving us the opportunity to facilitate that work with your affirmative support. So that's what I ask of you, and appreciate your time tonight, your consideration, and really look forward to, again, aligning our strategic efforts in the district in a way that I feel really confident with for the future. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Superintendent Gothard. So at this time, we're going to take a 15-minute break. We will reconvene. Well, the time right now is 8:12. We're going to take a 15-minute break. We'll reconvene at 8:27, and we'll reconvene with the quarterly financial report for the period ending December 31st, 2021. So let's break. Can you do a quick check to see if all the board members have returned?
Yeah.
I think Chair Foster has been having technical problems. I have been having
I'm
technical
here.
problems too. Okay, great. All right, so quarterly financial report for the period ending December 31st, 2020. That's what we're talking about right now. And I'll turn it over to Superintendent Gothard.
Thank you, Vice Chair Vu. Members of the board, Chief Schruel is here tonight to provide you an update on our most recent quarterly finance review. Marie.
Good evening, Vice Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard. This evening, we are presenting a couple of reports that are required, not only as a fiscal compliance information for the board, but also for our audit as required. The first and foremost is the quarterly financial report. This is for the period ending December 31st. I'd like to, again, thank the finance staff who assisted in preparing this report. It is quite comprehensive, as you'll see by some of the tabs in the report are quite small and have a lot of detail, as you probably read that over the weekend. We try to put together a lot of information and update that. Just so the board is aware, 60% of our accounting staff are new. So there's a lot of mentoring going on right now, and a special thanks to not only Curtis Mahaney, Arlene Schilling, for a lot of the mentoring that's going on with our new accountants. There's a lot of work that is taking place, not only off-site virtual, but also. Again, Sarah, if you wouldn't mind pulling up the report. So we are going to start what is the first page with the general fund results of operations. The first few pages were the highlights that basically provide a summary. What I'd like to do is just highlight the pages by fund for the board and just talk through the numbers that you're seeing in front of you and highlight things that the board should be aware of as far as our financial picture as of the end of December. So what these projections are doing is providing the board information about where we see that we're going to land as of June 30th of this year. So if you see the numbers in front of you, this is our general fund. And that budget that we adopted last June was just shy of $583 million for our revenue and expenditures. What we are projecting as of the end of December is a revenue decrease of about $18 million. And there's a couple reasons for that. When we originally did the enrollment projection within our budget, there's a projection of about a loss of about 938 students from the projection time on April 5th of 2020, when we put together our budget, through the actuals as of January 4th of 21. So we are seeing an enrollment budget to actual enrollment count of a decline of 938 students. That amount accounts for about 8.9 million of that enrollment loss, or that revenue loss. The other factor within that 18 million is our pupil units around what's called extended time revenue. And for the most part, that's because our ALC summer school program last due to COVID and other reasons, that program wasn't as large. We actually didn't have the about 1,441 pupil units that we get revenue for in that summer school program. We are not able to receive that revenue for this fiscal year. There's after school programming also because we have been in distance learning due to COVID. We haven't seen that revenue being generated also. So there's another decline of about 7.8 million in extended time revenue. The third area that makes up that dollar amount is our intra-school activities. So that's our student fundraising. And because schools, for the most part, up until just recently have been in the distance learning, we haven't done the field trips, the activities that go with athletics, field trips, all of the end of year activity that teachers plan, the traveling, all of that with the student activity revenue where you take students on field trips. That hasn't taken place. So of course we don't have the correlating revenue throughout the schools in addition to any additional athletic revenue other than for the very limited sports that were this year. So that's the other decrease in our revenue picture. So to correlate with that is our expenditures have also been our expenditures have also seen a savings of about 29 million. So while we had that revenue loss, we also scaled back on our expenditures. And I'll just highlight some of those key areas. In ALC summer school, we didn't have the summer school program. Therefore, we were not paying the salaries. We were not doing that transportation for summer school. So therefore, we saved a significant amount of expenditures. Athletics, we had limited athletic activity this year. The intra-school activities, you don't have the revenue, you don't have the expenditures to go along with those also. The other area that we saw significant savings so far, and I'll caution that was so far, is transportation. With the limited transportation, we've been supporting the student meals and haven't been doing the bus routes for regular transportation. So we've kind of shifted our operation differently and we've seen a savings in our overall transportation. However, as we reopen for the upcoming months, we may see that expenditure level change, and we will project that in our next run that we will provide you in the next month. So again, these levels of activity, what you're seeing in front of you, we did have a savings of 29 million in expenditures. So your overall impact you're seeing between revenue and expenditures about 11 million there. So that brings us to the bottom half of the page. and Sarah, if you don't mind scrolling down, is what does the fund balance look like for the general fund? This is a required fund balance policy that we have as a district for the general fund. So we have 5 different categories of fund balance. The first and foremost being non-spendable, which again is the district's inventory levels. And again, that's more for the district's set aside funds for inventory prepaid expenditures. And you can see that's staying about level. We get into more the restricted categories, and those are more activity accounts, that intra-school ALC, the basic skills. One of the largest area is our OPEB, our other post-employment benefits, revocable trust. What we're seeing there is actually an increase in our interest earnings, and that really has taken off in our trust over the past 6 months. What we will come back and provide the board in upcoming months is an investment report and a presentation to you to just show how that OPEB trust has grown over time, along with some of our other investments. But just wanted to highlight that one positive thing out of everything is that our interest earnings here, the Wells Fargo team has done a great job in our portfolio of investments for the district. Our committed fund balance again has remained the same for our projections. And then Sarah, if you don't mind scrolling down just a little bit more, those other fund balance categories, the contractual, the strategic plan initiatives, the site-based operations, and additional intra-school activities. These are all areas that we look at and assess for any changes in the upcoming year and set aside funding. As we look at the strategic plan initiatives, in setting aside some fund balance, potentially for some more of the different initiatives in SPPS Achieves. And then again, keeping activities level at $3 million for the future. We're carrying over the balances. Last but not least is the unassigned fund balance, which we currently have long-term facility maintenance, a levy of about 2.6 million. And that balance is in the negative until our levy, it takes, there's adjustments it takes about 3 years. And we're about out of the negative there for LTFM. And then the unassigned fund balance, right now we're projecting at about 42, almost 43 million. And that's the one we focus in on, the unassigned general fund balance as part of our policy for the district. And that right now, that amount is about 6.9%. So we are projecting 6.9%. Again, I will caution the board that this is early. This is an early projection. We, at the time, have about 6 months of activity to go on this fiscal year. Things can change. We're also utilizing CARES funds. So right now, that $43 million, things can change. And we're trying to do the best assessment right now for the district. Again, one thing we're watching really carefully right now is the enrollment and where that will be. But we're taking January actuals, and we will continue to monitor the enrollment. As you can see, the enrollment is a very important driver of our revenue. So with that, I'm going to just continue through the other funds real briefly, and then I will open it up for any questions that you have. This one is our fully financed general fund. This is our grants. And this is the one that we've seen significant activity in this year. This not only includes our competitive grants, but also our entitlements, such as Title I, Title II, Title III. But this is also where our CARES funding exists. And just an update there, out of the 34 million of round one CARES funds, within the 70, just shy of 73 million that you're seeing there in front of you, this reflects about 10.2 million in the revenue side. And the expenditures right now, we're looking to spend about 20 million for the year. So it's on a reimbursement basis with the state. So we're expecting to spend about 20 million this year in care. That would leave us on the round one funds of about 14 million left on round, I'll call it round one, because we're projecting to receive round two, and then just most recently round three has been announced. The numbers, we're still getting those confirmed, but the district is expected to receive some sizable amounts, and we will share all of that information with the board in a future very upcoming update as we correlate it with our budget. The next fund is our food service fund. And this fund also saw about a $1.8 million decrease in revenue. And that basically is because the projections were done on assuming that students were returning to school in person. And so there's a different projection done based on that model versus doing more of a hybrid model versus in person. And then also with the expenditures, they were also offset because of that. It correlates to that decrease in the school meals. So that budget was originally calculated based on the elementary students returning to school for a hybrid model. So again, now that has been changed, and the projection reflects more accurately a different model. Again, we will be doing another projection for the board, which will include more refined numbers again, and our accountant for food service will also be preparing more additional information for you. One thing to note here is also our food service fund had some CARES funding. We'll make sure to include additional updates as we allocate CARES funds. It's required that we report by fund. Right now we had just shy of $300,000 of CARES funds that are being reported there, and we'll continue to update the board on those numbers. The next fund is community service, otherwise known as community ed. And this fund saw a significant decrease in the revenue, about 1.7 million. And this is due to Discovery Club and the community programs and adult education. The revenue due to the essential childcare programming, Discovery Club, a lot of the resources were shifted to essential childcare, And the programming, again, due to COVID-19, we did allocate, again, CARES funding to the program. But again, as you can see, there was a significant decrease we're projecting in the fund balance here. So again, as we look at the community ed program, we are looking at the programming and being mindful of the Discovery Club revenue and the impacts to the program. Again, we will continue to update the board as the CARES funding is embedded within this fund, and continue to update you on what that expenditure level is in the revenue. The next fund is what we call a community service or community ed grants. They have some fully financed grants. Again, the grants here had just a little shy $600,000 in revenue that was less than budgeted. And that was due to the early childhood program and our grants. So just revenue that came in under. And the fund balance right now is just projected to be just about $500,000 there for that fund. And then for our building construction fund, which is what makes up our capital project plan, and what we just had a recent presentation on, just to look at some of the overall funding that we have and the levels that we have in place right now. And these are mainly for the projects that are in place. We have a fund balance just shy of about 90 million. And what you can see here is our revenue. We're projecting to issue just shy of $18 million less on our certificates of participation. That's a planned activity. And we're being more strategic in how we're issuing our certificates of participation based on the projects that we know. And that's based on the pause that we did in the past year, and also knowing the plans and the projections for the year out of the upcoming projects. You'll also see that we are projecting expenditures for our capital bonds at about 19.5 million. So we are going to utilize some of that fund balance up above, and those are planned uses of fund balance, along with our certificates of participation. These were also part of planned expenditures. So you can see that there's about $26 million that we are going to be spending that was also planned. So you'll see that the fund balance as of June 30th, we are projecting shy of 80 million. So it's about $10 million less than what we started the year in our fund balance. But again, these projects are, in a cycle of 2 to 3 years. The financing, we try to get ahead based on a schedule. And we really try to monitor and keep the board updated with where those financing levels are at as compared to the budget and the levy, which is the last fund that we have, which is Fund 7, which is our debt service levy. And that the debt service fund is really how we're financing, how we're paying back what we're financing. And so what you'll see in front of you is we had a fund balance of about 43.5 million between our balance from our debt service, plus what we hold in escrow in our accounts to pay back all the bond refundings that we do. There's timed payments that we need to make. And what you'll see is the revenue from our levy, which we were just up about 700,000. We had a little bit more. And then the bond refunding revenue that we have. And then the expenditures that we pay out based on a scheduled bond payments throughout the year. Those were our projections of expenditures, in addition to the escrow payments that we have to pay schedule for doing those bond refinancings that we come to you with. So what you'll see is our projected fund balance that's basically on hold for our next round of bond payments, and it's all planned and timed, is just shy of 45 million. And there are specific purposes for those funds that are on hold for a specific time to pay down those debt levels and a schedule. So with that, the other pages within the report are just for your reference. They're definitions, just to give more information to the board. And again, this concludes the overall quarterly report. Again, this is the overall operation plan, like I call it, for the district. It's really the overarching guiding where you have your revenue and expenditures and where the district is sitting with their fund balance levels. So with that, Vice Chair Vu, I will turn it back over to you.
All right, thank you, Chief. Director Ellis. Director Ellis, did you have any questions?
I don't, thank you.
All right, thank you. Chair Foster, did you have any questions?
I do not. Thank you for the presentation. It's appreciated.
Director Broderick, did you have any questions?
No questions. Thank you very much.
All right, Director Allen.
I have no questions. Thank you for the presentation.
All right, Director Kopp.
Thank you for the presentation. I just have one question about the CARES funding. You were talking about there's a round 1, round 2, round 3 is, I know there's some more federal money possibly coming soon. Is that the round 3? Okay.
You are correct. Yes.
All right. All right. That was my only question. I want to make sure I was looking at the right round there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Kopp. I didn't have any questions either. Superintendent Gothard, would you like to provide any closing remarks?
No, thank you very much, Vice Chair Vu, members of the board. Director Kopp asked, or I was going to share a little bit more of that. We await, the signing of the federal bill and seeing how states are going to be allocated those funds, and then districts will be provided that based on several different factors. So I think Chief Schul alluded to that. That is going to be filled in very differently in the weeks and months to come, and we'll be back sharing that information with you, and likely even a special presentation to just provide insight on the amount of funds that are that we receive in round 2 and round 3.
All right, thank you, Superintendent Gothard. I move that the board accept the final projection report for the period ending December 31st, 2020.
Second, Director Foster.
I'll second it by Director Foster. Vote, please.
Director Ellis.
Yes.
Director Foster.
Yes.
Director Broderick.
Did you say Broderick?
Yes. Yep.
Yes.
Director Vu,
Yes.
Director Allen,
Yes.
Director Comm.
Yes.
And that vote was 6 yeses, 0 noes.
The vote passes to accept the financial projection report, period of December 31st, ending the period of December 31st, 2020. Next on the agenda is the fiscal year 2020 to 2021 first budget revision. And I will turn it over to Superintendent Gothard.
Wonderful. And again, an annual part of the budget process is this first budget revision. So Chief Schruel will present to you information regarding our budget revision. Turn it back over to Chief Schruel.
Thank you, Vice Chair Vu, members of the board, Superintendent Gothard. So the second part of our presentations tonight is to do the first budget revision, which involves basically what we are doing and putting before you is what I would like to call, in the most simplest terms, is resetting our budget from how we prepared it and adopted it. So we now know more information, and it is March, and we are presenting additional revisions to the board. Now that we have more information, we are doing what's called a revision. We will do one now, and we will also do another one as we close the fiscal year. So just to provide information, basically resetting so that the district has a budget that reflects additional information that we know now versus what we knew back when we were doing projections. So what you'll see before you is an agenda. We're going to look at the revenue changes, expenditure changes, and then the fully financed, again, which are grants, and then seeking your approval this evening. So on the first budget revision, we're looking at the revenue changes overall. And what you'll see in front of you in the first column is the adopted budget that the board voted on last June for all of the different funds that we just walked through. And you'll see that total is $843.2 million. What you'll see in the middle column is the revisions that we're doing to the revenue. We are actually increasing the district's revenue by about 47.1 million. However, take note too that we are actually doing a decrease in our general fund due to that enrollment I referenced in our last presentation. So we're changing and adjusting our budget to reflect downward in areas and upward in other areas. You know, that large fluctuation in our general fund fully financed is mainly due to the CARES funding. And that debt service revenue change is mainly due to our escrow, those bond refundings. So you'll see before you a revenue bottom line revised budget now of about $890.4 million. That's quite a large operation for a district of our size that we are monitoring for revenue. So again, this is what's before you for our budget revision right now for revenue changes. Next slide, Sarah. Just again to highlight in those categories what those major changes were for general fund. This comes out of the quarterly report we just reviewed also, but just to kind of highlight that again, the $8.9 million is that projected to actual enrollment change. The extended time revenue that we discussed, the intra-school student activities, that revenue. And then also other revenue adjustments that we had as a district, some changes there. So again, you're seeing that total net change of about $18 million that we're decreasing in our budget. You'll see some other changes for our other funds there, $250,000 for our Minnesota Department of Human Service, the Hunger Solutions meal funding. Community service had some carryover. Our debt service had those bond refundings that we came to you with for those different bond issues for revenue. Next slide. So then we're going to go on to the expenditure changes. And again, you'll see that first column is the expenditure budget that we had. And our revisions again, you'll see that we're making some revisions within the general fund. And I'll highlight those in a minute in our upcoming slide of what those changes are. But you'll see that our bottom line revisions are increasing by about 55.3 million and bringing that expenditure side to about 877.6 million. Doesn't necessarily mean that our revenue and expenditures need to match. Sometimes we purposely use our fund balance in our different funds specifically for uses. Debt service is a great example. We may have bond refundings. Another great example is our building construction funds. If we have certificates of participation that we are setting aside for projects, we may use some of the revenue in certain years, and vice versa for other different funds within other categories, such as food service. We may dedicate some of the food service fund balance toward buying some equipment in the food service fund. Excuse me. But again, know that those funds that are not the general fund, they're restricted for a specific purpose. So it's not like we can easily or do a transfer between funds to cover an overage somewhere else. Next slide. So to highlight the changes in our general fund, you will see before you that 13 million represents in the general fund some of our fund balances that were planned from last year. We allowed sites to carry over their balances last year due to COVID. Schools and some programs had carryover, and we allowed them to carry over their funds into this current year that we're in. The other fund balance that's being utilized is personalized learning, our PLTT budget in referendum, allowing the PLTT, the ODAE to utilize those funds for needs around personalized learning, especially this year. Also, our assigned fund balance was utilized for our purchase orders. We had purchase orders that were outstanding as of June 30th last year. We also had to roll the budget over to cover those expenditures in our current year. We also had professional growth, those contractual balances. Those are also necessary to roll over. It's part of a contractual item. We also had labor agreement costs for our new mental health and intervention staff in FY21. So again, $3.6 million. We also made an adjustment to decrease the pre-K and voluntary pre-K site adjustments. And this one was more correlated to enrollment and the program around the revenue. And then last but not least, there were some other miscellaneous program adjustments that were done. So again, about 13.1 in the general fund. Next slide, please. And then just to highlight the other non-general funds that had changes, again, food service, they had the revenue. There's the correlating expense for the meal funding. Community service had the correlating expenditure, and then we had the debt service expenditures for the escrow payments, and that total there. Next slide, Sarah. And then to highlight the fully financed funds, when we come to the board in June to adopt budgets for grants, we usually come with those grants that we're expecting to be 500,000 or more. But we know there are multiple grants that come throughout the year that are not adopted. So we are coming forward this evening to highlight for you the revenue and expenditures that have come in since you adopted the budget back in June. So this is activity, and a lot of it, as you can see the footnote, is the CARES Act funding. And those, this is the phase 1 funding that I was referring to in our quarterly report. We right now see a large amount of funding that we will continue to get in. The 14 million that's in the footnote below includes our Fund 2, which is our food service, and our fund for community service, community ed funds within CARE. So I'm just highlighting the total amount that if the state wrote us a check, that's how much we've been written so far, cash that check, that 14 million down below. And then community service fully financed, that the grants, you can see there's just shy of $400,000 in grants that have come in since last June when we did the budget. Next slide. So again, the recommendation this evening is to approve the first budget revisions, so that last column that you're seeing on the revenue and expense would become the district's revised budget that we would be working off of going forward from now until the end of the year. That's the budget that the district will again assume as the revised. We know more information than we did last June when we were setting this up. So again, that concludes the presentation, and the recommendation is before you.
All right, so next I'll open up for board members for any questions or comments. I can start with Director Ellis.
I don't have any questions right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ellis. Chair Foster.
No questions. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Chair Foster. Director Broderick.
No questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Broderick. Director Allen.
So when round 2 and round 3 slide through, we can expect to see another revised version. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. That's all.
Very, yep.
Thank you.
Much larger.
Thank you, Director Allen. Director Kopp.
No questions. Thank you for the presentation.
I did not have any questions either. Superintendent Gothard, would you like to provide any closing remarks?
No, as you can see, a year like no other, and it will continue to be that way. This isn't just a one-year impact on our budget the way that school finance works. So it's going to take some real good attention and I think a chance for us to have some discussions about decisions that have to be made in the future as well. So I just want to thank everyone and again, these are we're trying to take a typical year and a schedule of how we do things and really take these abnormal times and fit them in. So I appreciate everybody's patience.
Thank you for that, Superintendent Gothard. I would move to approve the fiscal year 2020 to 2021 first budget revision as presented. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Director Kopp. Vote, please.
Director Ellis,
Yes.
Director Foster,
Yes.
Director Broderick,
Yes.
Director Vu,
Yes.
Director Allen,
Yes.
and Director Kopp.
Yes.
And that vote was 6 yeses, 0 nos.
The vote passes to approve the fiscal year 2020 to 2021 first budget revision. All right, next on the agenda is adjournment. Is there anything else board members would like to add at this point? Starting with you, Director Ellis.
I just want to wish Director Allen a happy birthday tomorrow.
And happy
That's all.
birthday to you also. You just
Thank
had a
you.
birthday also. Pisces world.
Director Foster.
Gee, I feel so left out. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, ladies. No, thank you very much.
All right, Director Broderick.
No other than thank you very much. I'm very proud to serve on this board with you people. And thank to the administration for, this was a long meeting and I appreciated the dialogue and the conversation very, very much.
Thank you for that, Director Broderick. Director Allen.
Nope, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right, Director Kopp.
No, nothing to add. Just happy birthday to all the birthday having people, past, present, and future.
All right. I didn't have anything to add either. Superintendent Gothard, any closing remarks?
No closing remarks. We have a family forum tomorrow evening and a staff session on Thursday evening. So look forward to those. If you can't make it live, of course, we will capture them and place them in our archive and look forward to engaging with our communities. And also appreciate all of our schools and our school communities for doing the same. I know it's lots of information to share and it impacts us, as I know, everybody individually, and really appreciate the work that our school sites are doing to ready everyone. So thank you, everyone.
And thank you very much, Superintendent Gothard, for doing those forums. I think I've watched every single one of them and you've done a good job. And I think it's been very, very good because that's the kind of personal and sincere contact that we need with our families and our people, staff and families. So I applaud you for job well done.
All right, I'll also be looking forward to those meetings. Thank you for that, Superintendent Gothard. So that concludes our committee of the board meeting for March 9th, 2021. As a reminder, our next regular meeting of the Board of Education will be on Tuesday, March 23rd, 2021, beginning at 6:05 p.m. and will be available via live streaming on the Board of Education website at www.spps.org/BOE or on St. Paul Cable, Channel 16. Virtual public comment will begin at 5:30. A special meeting regarding interviews for selected candidates for the interim board position will be held on Tuesday, March 16th, 2021, beginning at 6 p.m. and will be available via live streaming on the Board of Education website at www.spps.org/BOE. As a reminder, a series of special meetings has been scheduled for Mondays at 5 p.m. through the end of March 2021. Please view the public notices website for more details. If there are cancellations for special meetings, they will be posted on the Board of Education website. We invite members of the community to submit public comment for the regular meetings of the Board of Education through 1, leaving messages with the board secretary at sarah.dalkey@spps.org or call 612-434-1105. That will be compiled and distributed to board members. And 2, sending email statements to the Board of Education email at sb.members@spps.org. Or 3, submit comments online via public comment in input form at www.spps.org/BOE. Or by attending a live virtual public comment prior to the March 23rd regular meeting. Members of the public may register for public comment by contacting Board Secretary Sarah Dalkey at sarah.dalkey@spps.org or 612-434-1105. Or 2, submitting the public comment input form at www.spps.org/BOE. The format for live virtual public comment will be similar to the Truth and Taxation hearing format. Speakers will be provided a Microsoft Teams link to join via their computer or a phone number to call to join the meeting. Public comments begin at 5:30 p.m. All right, thank you, everyone, and I motion to adjourn. Do I have a second?
Second, Ellis.
All right, have a second by Director Ellis. Vote, please.
Director Ellis,
Yes.
Director Foster,
Yes.
Director Broderick,
Yes.
Director Vu,
Yes.
Director Allen,
Yes.
Director Cobb.
Yes.
And that vote was 6 yeses, 0 noes.
All right. Vote to adjourn passes 6-0. The time is 9:19 p.m. and we are adjourned.
Have a good night, evening. Happy birthday, ladies.
Good night.
Good
Night.
night.
Thank you. Peace.